The ones that are available.
No, not available, that we can actually say without doing a resolution.
Got it. When do you think we're having another tax lien? Way off tax liens?
Next lien? I mean, probably November.
Okay. All right.
Hey,
What's going on?
going on? She said, you told you talk first? She said you were going to talk to the person first? Yeah, I will. Starting tomorrow.
Madam Clerk, do we have any council members outside? Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council. The meeting of the council will now come to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Roll call for the Municipal Council regular meeting, May 14, 2019, at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Here.
Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Here.
Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Madam President.
Present.
Madam President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer will be Pastor Miguel Calzado from Iglesia Vidas Church, and also to lead us in the flag salute will be the Honorable Shaheen Khalid, Councilman of the second ward.
Thank you. Everyone, please rise.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Before I start, I just want to share with you guys a few words. And one day I remember somebody said to me that the peace of God overcomes human knowledge, a human wisdom. And this beautiful afternoon, where you see a lot of people here that they're coming together to share their knowledge to make this city better. I understand that just to give God the opportunity to be first in this meeting and to start this beautiful meeting with a prayer says a lot about knowledge. And I'm not calling you here to, I don't want to point any religion. It's not about being Christian or Muslim or any other religion. I'm talking to you about the peace of God. Can somebody say peace?
Peace.
Peace is what we're lacking today in this world because of the lack of peace, people don't take the right decisions. And sometimes we're facing problems, and we just have to sometimes to step back, take a look, take a deep breath, and then we got the solution. And that's why the Bible said that the peace of God overcomes human mentality. And I just want to welcome you this evening, that if you haven't had that peace, and it doesn't just, I'm not just calling peace on this room, but maybe there is a father, there is a mother here today that need that peace in your personal life, maybe at work, and maybe for the best of your city. Please, let's bow down our heads and let's pray, God. Dear Lord, we thank you for this beautiful opportunity. We thank you because this group of professional people that you are choosing to lead your city are giving you the first word in this room. We thank you because we know that you're first, and we thank you because we are looking for your peace to take the right decisions. Thank you, Lord, because we know that you're here among us. And thank you because you're going to help us to overcome our own knowledge and seek for your peace. We pray in your name. Amen. Thank you so much for having us.
Please remain standing. stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, I'd like a moment of silence for anyone who has lost a loved one, for our troops, and anyone going through anything like I am this evening. A moment of prayer, please. A moment of silence, I'm sorry. Thank you. You may have a seat. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Madam President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2018 to 2019, meeting date May 14, 2019, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2018 to 2019 on or about July 1st, 2018. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2018 to 2019 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2018 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Cascada International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, and the City Post News, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2018 to 2019 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall first floor in the place reserved for the announcement of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2018 to 2019 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll have a motion of payment of bills.
Payment of bills for May 14, 2019. We had payments of $1,175,752.84. There was no payroll at this time. There was no county payments. There was no payments to the school district.
This time, we make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for a vote.
Payment of-
Second.
Okay. Moved by Councilman Rivera, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call for payment of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $1,175,752.84. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Khan? Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. At this time, council members, welcome Councilwoman Cotton. I'm gonna give you a few minutes. I know that she has a quick presentation. So just take a few minutes.
Rena, is it on? Yes, it is. Thank you, Council President. I want to say good evening to everyone. But first, I would like for my two councilwomen to please come up with me. My council president, Marissa Davila, my councilwoman at large, Dr. Lalisa Mims. Yes, thank you. I have a presentation tonight, and we celebrated Mother's Day on Sunday. And I know it was kind of sad for me because my mom is not here no more. And I know Councilwoman Davila, her mom. Councilwoman Mims' mom is here, and she's blessed to still have her mom here. But I did this resolution memorializing a good friend of ours, a community person who's been in our community for many, many years. And I would love now to call up Wayne Witherspoon. Commissioner, I'm not used to Commissioner Witherspoon. And we did a resolution back in February when his mom had passed, memorializing Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon. And I want to say to you that when we saw you, we saw your mom. And she has been in this community for such a long time. And I want to thank all my council members for voting so for us to do this resolution, memorializing your mom when she passed. And I know there's many, many moments and things that you're going to think about, and such a wonderful person she has been, and she was wonderful to her community, and she loved her community. And I just want to say that we wanted to do this with my council president to say we want to present this resolution to you. But before we read it, I would like and I got to say to Mr. Witherspoon, I love men who love their mom. They sincerely do everything for them. Moms are so special. And for men and boys to make sure they look after their mother while they're still here, to me, is just absolutely wonderful. But I would like, before we do that, for my council president to say a few words, and then my councilwoman, Dr. Lalisa Mims.
I'm going to be very short. Anyone that has lost a parent, but a mother, knows the pain. But when you're a believer, you know that they are in a better place. And I know that our mothers are together in a better place. So to God be the glory. I'm happy that I was able to be part of this, Commissioner. And I'm a little emotional, so I'm going to just pass it on.
The scripture says to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. One thing that blesses me about your mother was the fact, as Councilwoman Cotton already has said, that you were with her all the time, and you gave her the flowers while she can smell them. So I know that she appreciates, she admires everything that you've done and you continue to do. You know, I loved your mom. She was a gem. She was absolutely amazing. And we have to make sure that we follow in the footsteps of a great woman like your mother. God bless you. We love you.
And as I get the presentation, I would like for my councilwoman at large and my council president to read the resolution while I get it.
I'm sorry. What happened? No, we do.
Resolution memorializing Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, co-sponsored by Dr. Lalisa Mims, and unanimously voted by the entire council. Whereas Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon, longtime Paterson resident and devoted mother, wife, and member of the community, departed this life for the next on January 7, 2019. And whereas Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon was a native of Charlotte, North Carolina, where she was born on May 6, 1931, sharing a birth date with the legendary Baseball Hall of Famer Willie Mays. And whereas the former Marilyn Shippey married Mr. Ivory Witherspoon in 1963, a union that lasted 27 years and was blessed with a loving son, Commissioner Wayne Witherspoon. And whereas Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon was very actively in Wayne's endeavors throughout his life. Whereas Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon converted to Catholicism in 2000 and became a member of St. Paul's RC's Church on Cianci Street in Paterson, while continuing to be an active member of the Good Shepherd Church of Paterson. And whereas Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon was featured in the book Skate Key, authored by Jennifer Renew, a local educator, which is a collection of 22 childhood stories emphasizing diversity, multicultural, and religious family backgrounds in and around Paterson from the Great Depression to the 1970s. And whereas Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon is preceded in death by her mother, Lottie Mae Shippey, Skippy, her father, Colt Costello Skippy, her siblings Ostell Shippey, Jean Shippey, this is like a tongue tie, Sana Shippey, Enrico Shippey, and whereas Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon is survived by her only son, Commissioner Wayne Witherspoon, and many other relatives, friends, and neighbors. Now therefore be it resolved by the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson that Marilyn Shippey Witherspoon is memorialized as an inspiration to her lovely family and to the community at large. God bless you.
First of all, I just want to give all grace and honor to God for being here tonight. My mother had a great deal of respect for this council, as I do, and I know how hard it is for this council to meet the endeavors on a day-to-day basis while working hard for the city. So we had, like I said, a great deal of respect. Last week was tough because my mother would have been 88 last Monday, and then with Mother's Day, a lot of tears were shed, and the tears you see tonight, I'm not necessarily crying, it's just the allergies, and my allergies are acting up really bad in here tonight, so I don't want you to think but again, Madam President, Mayor, Councilwoman, and the rest of this august body, I really appreciate this from the bottom of my heart. I hate to cut and run, but I have an Elks meeting I have to go to after this, so again, I really appreciate it, and thank you.
All right, thank you. Come up. Come up closer. Okay, yep, let's do it real close.
I knew we had something in common. I have one son.
I'm the only son, yeah, so that's, I was a mama's boy, I ain't gonna lie. I'll see you at the planning board meeting tomorrow, all right? All right.
Okay, council members, I'm somewhat going to go out of order here, but we're going to look at the second reading ordinances, Madam Clerk, and we're going to take item number 3 first.
Sorry. Yes, Madam President. Our next item on the agenda is our second reading ordinances. Item number 3. Item number 3 for second reading, public hearing is required. An ordinance purging taxes on property used exclusively for school purposes located Block 4701, Lot 7, also known as 59 Spruce Street, owned by Oliver's Corner. Law ordinance number 19025.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 7 for, actually, no, the public hearing is now open for item number 3.
See no one, move to close.
Second.
Okay, move to close the public hearing for item number 3, moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 3 for second reading.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 3, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is hereby closed for item number 3.
Madam Clerk, roll call on second reading, item number 3.
Yes. Roll call on item number 3 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much. Okay, okay. Kathleen, are you ready? Okay, so, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna take item number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Please read it into the record.
Next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance amending and supplementing the zoning and land development ordinance of the city of Paterson, authorizing the collection of escrow fees for development applications. Economic Development Ordinance 19024.
Can I have a motion?
What's that one for the,
Can I have a second?
Second.
At this time, the public hearing is open for item number 2 for second reading ordinance.
See no one, move to close.
Okay, move to close the public hearing for item number 2 by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2 for second
Yes,
reading.
sir. Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 2, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Khan.
yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public hearing is hereby closed for item number 2.
Okay, council members, I know that there was some questions about this, and we have Kathleen here who has prepared a quick presentation before we do our voting.
Thank you, Council President.
Is your speaker out? I mean, your microphone on?
Thank you, Council President and council members. If there are other questions that you have as I continue, please feel free to raise them. I wanted to just come before you and share a little bit of the background and just provide the community with some of the details on why we were doing this. It started in part because of our conversations with DCA that we have on a weekly basis on Tuesdays. And it was one of the very first things that they brought to our attention in July when we began, that we had an ordinance on the books, including very detailed escrow deposit fees, but that we didn't sort of have the process and the details, kind of the second step that talked about how to implement the collection of these fees. So I just put a few things together that to give a little background. Again, the word escrow actually comes from this old French word, and it is really when a third party gets involved in a transaction between two other parties. And that third party sort of holds that money. In fact, in old French, it was the deed that a third party actually held the paper or the scroll until the whole transaction was completed. And so I think that's a really great way to look at this process and to look at why we needed to change the way we were doing this. A lot of us are familiar with the term escrow in terms of mortgages, that when you go to a mortgage with a bank, the bank adds an additional amount onto your monthly mortgage bill that then gets deposited into an escrow account. And so this is what's used to pay for things like your property taxes, your homeowner's insurance. It's not an extra fee per se. It's not the bank charging a fee. They're charging something that then they will hold on to, and they'll be the go-between between the city to pay the taxes and the homeowner, or the insurance company to then also pay the homeowner's insurance. So when we talk about municipal planning and the escrow that's being used here, it's the same concept. It's a deposit being used and being held by the city to be used for projects, for developers' projects. Because there's a lot of things that are going on as part of these transactions. There are professionals employed by the city that have to review and sign off of these projects. That could be your planner, that could be your zoning officer. That could be some people connected to the planning board meetings. But there's also outside professionals, and that's from your engineers, your attorneys, all of those people we are currently paying for. The city of Paterson is covering those costs. In any sort of regular transaction, these professionals would be tracking the hours that they are working on any one project, and then that cost would be deducted to that project. This is just sort of known as a cost of doing business that developers pay in other cities throughout the state. Here in Paterson, the developers aren't paying those costs. The taxpayers are covering the costs connected to these development projects. And when we talk about, I came before you to talk about the sewer, and we talked about fairness to the taxpayer. We want to make sure that everything we're doing is good government and that we are really being equitable with our decisions. So I wanted to give you examples. Just if we only took the 3 professionals connected to our boards, these are exact bills that we have paid, the city of Paterson has paid, that should have been covered. These are very directly connected to development projects that developers are putting forward. There's over $110,000 that if we had been implementing this ordinance and been charging to the escrow deposits, we would have had that money to use for other projects within zoning and planning, to improve our technology, to give training to some of our planning and zoning team to maybe use the GIS system more to do mapping. There are so many things that we could be using this money for, but instead we were covering the costs that the developers should be paying. And that is just a fraction, because what we really can do is also charge for the work of our internal professionals, as we note at the bottom, and any other outside professionals that maybe aren't listed in this chart. And that could be engineers or people that have to review an application like traffic engineers. This is separate from the cost of special meetings. If a developer wants an expedited process, they would still go through that. That is something that is being collected and processed, and that process will not change. The escrow deposit amounts are really based on the size of your project, and that's the code that's already in front of you, and that was changed back in February 2016. But again, the 2 pieces that were sort of missing, that the supporting resolutions and ordinances that detailed how much those hourly amounts that we could charge were not detailed in there, and that's including both the internal and the external professionals. As you'll see in the amendments, in particular to the one that you're voting on right now, that talks about the previous language just talked about when it was deemed necessary, we would ask for these escrow deposits to be included. Now it's going to be for all the development projects. And this, I just wanted to show an example of how the process would work with 2 different parcels. The first one is for a residential project that's less than 10,000 square feet. So that's kind of a smaller housing development, or maybe it's, an apartment, a smaller kind of apartment building or a co-op. The escrow deposit would be $1,000 that they would put into the escrow account, and then we would just start drawing down from it. We would be the city is responsible for giving them a monthly report on all the charges that are drilled down, and we also have to set up separate escrow accounts for every project. And each of these projects will be earning interest as the money stays there in the bank account. It's a bank account that's going to be set up through TD Bank, and all of that will be sort of detailed. So the monthly reports will also detail any of the costs and the expenses that have been taken out of the deposit, but also the interest that has been earned. If we had the board planner review an application, prepare for the meeting, and then actually attend a meeting, the board planner is charged for their hourly rate at 2 times their hourly rate, and that's per state law. It would be an example of $342. An engineering review may be estimated about an hour. A zoning official review may be about an hour and a half. And then the board attorney to prepare for the meeting and to attend the planning board meeting. This is a fairly simple project. It would cost less than $1,000 an estimate, and some of the escrow deposit would be returned. This is not something that we see as a revenue stream to fill any sort of budget gaps. It really is meant to cover the work that is being done connected to projects. And you see the same thing for a larger project. If it's a non-residential, so maybe a commercial project, greater than 50,000 square feet, they start with a higher escrow amount, Because it's probably a more complicated project, there's going to be more hours that people are going to be working to review the project to make sure it passes all necessary regulations. And you could see from our zoner to an engineer, to the planner, to the board attorney, what that might look like. Again, these are just sort of estimates.
So Kathleen, if I may,
Yeah.
let me just pause you for a minute.
Sure.
I think everyone had questions, but there was a specific council member who's not here listening to this, and we're getting ready to vote on this. But one of the things that I discussed with the mayor after our workshop meeting pertaining to this ordinance, and I even had the conversation with you as well, is that right now we're not charging anything, but other municipalities are doing it. It's an additional fee. Let's keep it real. It's an additional fee that we're going to be charging. And the issue that I see here is we're not going to be telling developers, you know, you're going to have to put this amount of money in this escrow fee. What are we doing for them to increase and stop all that red tape and those attorneys who are hanging on to resolutions that need to be drafted in a timely fashion that are taking months after projects have been approved? So when we talk about we're going to be charging you, and now, because you mentioned planner, you mentioned, you know, the board attorney, you know, these are the things that now it flares me up, because it is the same individuals, and not pinpointing anyone, just talking about boards, that are stopping the development from coming into the city. So I want to know what the plan is, and Mr. BA, to the administration, corporation council, we need to do something about this. We can't have developers come here and we say, here's another fee, but we're not increasing any services for them, or saying we're going to be handling business in a timely fashion, okay? And just to put it on everyone is here right now, you know, I've been approached by various councils who basically said that, you know, there are a few developers who want to come together and just have a class action lawsuit against the city. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. You know, and it was pertaining specifically to the time, the work isn't being handled in a timely fashion after it has been approved. Not talking about, you know, if you don't meet, you know, you don't get voted for your project. It's after it's done, the months that it takes to even get a resolution drafted so they can proceed with their project.
Council
So
President.
I just need to put that on record.
Council President.
Councilman Velez, then Councilman Rivera.
You know, and it's true. I have sat on boards and I have sat on the other side when I see the conduct of the board. And I'm not going to point out boards, but I'm going to tell you my experience. There's three questions, and you started with this nice class about the definition of mortgage, escrow, and all that. We all get that. But it raised a question. When did the state mandate the municipality to have a board planning board lawyer, a board planner, and a board zoning officer? The state mandated the municipality to have it. The city budget for that to be able to render those service, okay? Because if they don't budget that, we don't have that to approve the projects. Now, who's going to guarantee? And I see here the input about the $1,000 fee, the breakdown when the study. They doing that already, okay? But who's going to guarantee that the millions of, I'm not going to say millions, the $1,000 that the developer is investing to prove their case and their project, and it's get denied, who's going to refund them for all the work? And it had to be fair in both sides, you know, both sides. The boards have been doing the work for many, many years based on the NJSA that mandate that we have that. Now, at the same time, the state is give us the opportunity. It's not saying you're obligated. It's giving the opportunity to establish whatever we're talking here. But we was doing it. This administration budgeted last year for it. Past administration budget for this personnel and professional service for be able to move this city forward. Now, we want to attract developers, of course. And we also want to attract people that come invest our city, but in this side is a roadblock sometimes. And where's going to be the giving back? I sit down and there's meetings when the board have to approve a project, and they are in the other side, and it sounds like a competition. This individual think this way, your professional engineer is not thinking in my way, and it's a competition, and here comes a suspension of a meeting, here comes another suspension, and the project is getting delayed. The revenues, we want the revenue coming in, but at the same time, it's roadblock left and right. So those three questions, if we was doing it before, okay, and there was no problem, if this could change and eliminate the
Councilman.
contracts that we have with all these planners, because we
Councilman.
budget for that.
Can you please wrap up?
Yeah, so the question is on the table. We was doing it before, the states mandate the municipality to have these three professionals on board, we budget for it. What happened if we do this escrow? It's gonna be paying the same fee to the same individual. What will happen? Are we gonna eliminate those professionals' contract and they're gonna depend on that escrow service?
Okay, so you put your questions, right?
Yeah.
I know you're gonna come back. Councilman Rivera?
So I'm not gonna repeat what was just said here, in the interest of time. We all understand we have to streamline the process, right? Even before I became a council member, I often hear people developers complain about the process. How long does it take Paterson compared to other towns for them to get a permit, right? How much slower is in Paterson? So I'm sure the administration have taken notes and is gonna address this issue. But regarding the escrow fees, you have to understand, I don't think it's fair also to the taxpayers to pick up any burden on any project that's being put together, right? So this escrow fees is only gonna pick up what the cost of what that cost a specific project is creating. It's not a fee that you're gonna be asking, don't see it as a revenue and a fee. It's basically, they're gonna be charged for what the project is costing the city. I don't think that should be picked up by the taxpayers. But again, we have to improve the process. I don't think the developers are gonna be against, because any other town they go develop, they have an escrow fee. Go to the county, they have an escrow fee. Anywhere they go, they're gonna have an escrow fee. The problem that they might have is the process here. How there's a lot of roadblocks when they're planning to do their projects.
And that's
And I'll
the point
conclude.
to what you're
Yes,
saying.
yes.
Mhm. And that's the point, what are we gonna be doing? So the administration knows that this is all going on. So if this were to proceed and it's voted up today, okay, something has to be done, okay? Councilman Kalik.
Thank you. Ms. Kathleen Long, you mentioned that this ordinance is already on the book.
There is an ordinance on the books that
Then why not
isn't
just-
quite complete.
Yeah, why not just execute the ordinance on the book? Why we have to
Well,
bring it back again?
The difference is, and may I answer, Council President?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll try to address some of the other concerns as well. The few differences that were not caught in the previous ordinance, it didn't detail the specifics about, you'll see that it sort of outlines the actual, both on the original ordinance, kind of the process that people have to go through. And originally, it said, when deemed necessary. So that means that every project would have to be looked at and say, well, is this necessary? Who's deciding or whether it's necessary to collect escrow fees or not? That was the language that was included. And in fact, the Department of Community Affairs said to us that, we need to update the ordinance so that the city can justly collect it on every development project, because it should be something that's fair and equitable across the board. It shouldn't be just on some projects and not others. So that in particular was why all the fees are exactly the same as they were before. All the escrow deposits they're not changing. And then it sort of details, if you see some of the other changes, it's really kind of a lot of it is process of how they're going to do it. And the second ordinance goes through the actual reimbursements for our internal professionals. So that you can say, okay, I have I can provide an escrow deposit of $1,000, but we didn't detail what are we going to be drawing down from that. Now we're saying our staff planner makes that hourly rate is $57. The state law allows us to be reimbursed 200%. So now we know, okay, this is exactly what is going to be debited from the deposit that's given. So those are some of the changes.
Is it safe to say these are the new fees? Or?
Yeah.
These are the amounts that will be debited to their original application, their deposit that they are giving. Yeah. And hopefully it's something that if it's a smooth project, if everything's aligned and they're able to go before the planning board quickly, then all of that they will have some money that will be returned to them that won't be used as part of the deposit.
Well, also, I heard that this will give a break to our taxpayer. There will be a burden taken off the taxpayers, correct?
Yes.
But actually, I believe that these developers are the highest paying taxpayer in our city. I think we should accommodate them. We should work with them to get more ratables. These developers are the one who are paying the highest tax in the city of Paterson.
Yeah, and
So-
very similar, sorry.
That's just my opinion, that's all.
No, absolutely, and you're entitled to it, and, you know, to a certain extent, you know, I'm in agreement as well. This administration has, since the administration came on, there's been a lot of increases in fees. I mean, the most I've seen in my 5 years here. Now, it is obvious that some of them definitely needed to happen. The state can tell us, yes, you know, you're entitled to 200%, or you can charge 200%, but why does it have to be 200? If we're not doing, and we have not collected any fees, why not do 100? Why do we have to do the 200%? All right, so that's a question there. You know, sometimes the state comes down on us and, boy, they make us do quite a few things at the city, and our taxpayers don't understand that sometimes we have to get it done, right? So when it comes to that 200%, you know, that's a question, Mr. BA. Why do we have to do the 200 and not?
We don't have to. We chose to do 200% because the statute allows us to do it. So.
But what we're saying is it, because we're now incurring we are assessing another fee. The administration is assessing another fee that we, the city, are entitled to do so under the statute, under the state. Why do we choose, if this is an additional cost, now why are we choosing to the 200?
I don't want to get into a debate over whether it's a fee or not, right? Because I think, as the chief of staff said, this has always been on the books, right? It's an assessed fee pursuant to a statute or an ordinance that the city had for a long time. What we're saying is that the city failed to collect something that it should have been collecting. As a result of the city failing to collect it, yes, we came in, we saw that the city was failing to do something, we saw what the statute allowed, and we believe what the statute allowed is correct, because that's what all the other municipalities who have this issue are doing, right? So Newark, Jersey City, East Orange, West Orange, everybody's doing it. We're not doing it because they're doing it, but we understand that there's a trend and a pattern in the industry. We want to follow suit, and we believe because our costs are higher here in Paterson, because we have low ratables in Paterson, we think it's appropriate to charge the developers the 200%. Now, you can agree with that or disagree with that, but we think we have a very rational basis for doing that. We think it's standard. We don't think we're gouging anyone. And I disagree with Councilman Kalik where he talks about developers pay the most taxes. Many of them don't, because they have abatements for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So we have developers who are developing here, they're not paying taxes. So I disagree with that statement. I think some are paying their fair share, but there are many in projects here that this council and other councils approved that they are not paying their fair share, and the taxpayers are picking up that as well.
Council President.
Councilman Cleek, then Councilman Jackson.
Yes, if these developers are not paying taxes, why are they developing in our city? What's the purpose of?
Tax incentives. Tax incentive. Councilman, we've gone through a
How
number
is
of
our revenue coming in this city if they are not paying any taxes? And we council, as a council, we give them those pilots to pay not full amount of taxation.
Correct.
A portion of it. It doesn't mean that they're not paying any taxes.
But the way you articulated was as if the developers are doing everything they can to pay their taxes here. And we're saying a lot of them are not. And we're giving them pilots and we're giving them abatements for many, many years. And that burden is being borne by people who live here and who work here.
Correct, correct. If we go back 15, 20 years back, those developers weren't interested in coming to Paterson and developing. So that's we lowered them with giving them those pilot programs.
But I can
Correct.
tell you, Councilman, I was in meetings, developers are chomping at the bit to come to Paterson right now. I was on,
Exactly.
I was
So
on the phone.
let me-
So, I don't want to get into a discussion about what developers are doing. You asked me about the 200%. I believe I provided you with a rational response as to why we charge 200%.
All right, and this is for no response. I'm gonna give it to you for, Mr. BA. The way that you spoke right now, it really makes it seem like, you would kill tax abatements and, hello, we're trying to bring in, and this is one incentive, all right? So we don't want to say, no, you're not paying. You're making an investment. They come in here, millions of dollars of investment, and also create jobs and other things. So I don't want you to respond, but what you said, it made it seem like we're doing them a favor by giving them a tax abatement. And to me, it's more like an incentive so you can bring your money here. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want you to respond back.
Well, how are you
Councilman
going to say
Jackson?
something and not tell
No.
me I can respond?
Councilman Jackson, please.
Thank you, Council President. Well, and I think that it's rational to be fair and considerate to developers who may be spending large amounts of money. But, to the BA's comment, the council never presents a plan to pose a tax pilot or a tax abatement. Those things are done by the administration. The administration often brings forward, different entities that they're requesting for tax breaks for. And it's this council that's been holding hard on not allowing for the pilots in the past several years. In fact, the community's come forward and spoken out, and this council's held hard to make sure that we don't have. But the administration continues to bring people and individuals and companies forward for tax abatements. And it is understandable if there's a fair exchange, where does the benefit? But my concern with this particular item, Council President, is the fact that we're gouging our community members. I continue to say it. Everyone comes in and they continue to gouge our community. And in a moment, Madam Long, I would like for you to tell me if you have a clear concept on what fees are assessed, because I have several residents. In fact, myself, I was victim to it as well. But you have single parents who also would like to be homeowners. This community is not filled with just developers. You have community members that would like to purchase a home, and they're being assessed with fee after fee after fee that's non-anticipated. When you go to get your certificate of occupancy, you have the sewer division, the Passaic Valley Sewer Commission, down there waiting to charge you anywhere from $2,000 to $100,000 for doing absolutely nothing. If you purchase a house that went on the RAP list or the abandons list for a brief moment, you have to pay for a fee with no actual service being rendered. When are we going to start protecting our community members? Paterson also has a fee that no other department has. We require developers to come in and purchase a license in order to do business with us. No other community does that. No other community, Passaic, Newark, Paterson, no other community requires developers to come in and purchase a license prior to being able to pull a permit. Then we have to pay for inspections. We don't have sidewalk inspectors, so we have to pay a special fee to have that done. There's a number of different fees that's being assessed, and even at $1,000, $1,000 could be a deal breaker for someone who's trying to purchase a home. My concern is not developers. Developers can take care of their own. They have the cost of doing business. They understand what they're getting into. if you add a 5% incremental increase to a developer's project, it's not going to deter them from doing a project. But when you have a single parent who is purchasing a home, or a young person purchasing a home for the first time, all of these unnecessary fees can become an issue. And we can't continue to blindside Patersonians with these fees. And this is just getting out of control. And lastly, Council President, when we talk about the state and their harassment, we had a governor that just promised to fully fund our schools. He didn't hit the mark when it came to, because I guess the relationships didn't really go that far. We didn't get the $40 million that we were promised. And then he takes $40 million from our school budget, which is now going to impact our taxpayers again. We continue to go back to the residents and lean on the shoulders of the taxpaying residents here, because that's who this is going to impact. It's not going to impact developers. Developers, yes, they're sitting on pilots or they have other opportunities available, but we're now leaning on the residents, the everyday people that need to continue to help our community continue to stay afloat.
Okay. So just so you can wrap up, we know where we stand with this. So I want you to wrap up.
Sure.
And we're gonna either vote this up or we're gonna vote it down. Okay, council members? Thank you.
Sure, I just wanted to answer just a few points here. Councilman Jackson, I know there are other issues concerning home ownership in the city, and there certainly are lots of challenges in terms of a process. I would like to point out that this really is just for building, and it is focused on projects that are going to be going before the planning and zoning. It's the two boards.
That's not accurate. If you're doing an expansion on your home, you got to go before one of the boards.
Right, but
If
that's a
you're doing
building.
an expansion on your
That's a
home,
building
you want to add
project.
a room, it's the same thing. You got to go before now you have to pay for a special meeting that, God forbid,
You don't have to
even
pay
get.
for
Well, there's a lot of people who can't get on the list for planning and zoning, and they pay for special meetings, and guess what? They have to reschedule again after that. I haven't heard of anyone
Don't
being
have to.
refunded. We have, our boards aren't operating properly, so people come, pay for a special meeting, they still don't have their cases heard, then they have to pay for, now we want to add, there's another fee where we're adding the professionals charge for anyone that has to go to before
Right, which
the
he did,
board.
the beginning of the presentation was about that. All right.
And one positive thing that I also want to mention that will also be connected to another item on the agenda is that we understand that there are challenges for permitting and the whole process. One of the tasks that we're hoping that we will be directing our Chief Innovation Officer to take up right away, there are a couple things. One of them is going to be the process for kind of constituent services. And we have a lot of great ideas. It's going to be sort of moving it forward and being able to track that through an app, through some technology. The other is reviewing the whole process from soup to nuts. How long does it take for you to start a process to get a permit for just an improvement in your home, to get an inspection? What is the process to go through for any of the boards? And it's something that we know there's room for improvement, and we know there's room for innovation. So that is something that we're hoping to do. What we do think, and why we think it's important to have a 200% of the time that our professionals internally are spending on this, because we also see that as a way to make investments in the department. Do we feel like we need to have more people working in planning and zoning? This will be a way to support salaries. If we're talking about the money that we're spending just to pay attorneys and planners for our boards, not even looking at the cost for our internal folks, that's one salary a year. That's tons of professional development. There are just many of opportunities that, because we're not going to be paying the bill, now this is going to be developers depositing money to pay for what is due on their projects, that we're not covering the cost for their projects. That gives us space to improve our services and our participation in the whole process. So we think there's a lot of good things that'll come from this.
Council, I know I said we were gonna vote, but Councilman Velez asked me a question, and obviously I cannot answer. It's a question that really should be to you pertaining to costs.
Yeah. Thank you, Council President. You know, I'm being going up and down the document, so we are dedicating ourselves to explain the scroll fee, correct, Madam
The escrow, so
Es-
not the
escrow fee,
application fee,
correct.
but the escrow
Escrow
fees.
fee.
Correct.
Now, before this got amended, it says when deemed necessary for the municipal agency. So in the past was if it's necessary, then you do it. Okay?
Correct.
Now,
That is one of the changes we're making.
now you making it as you have to do it.
Yes.
Okay. Way back it
Because
was,
they're needing the use of attorneys and planners.
Correct.
They should have to cover those costs.
so way back was working, but now it's mandatory.
And no, it's not that it was necessarily working. We were covering, the taxpayer was covering the costs instead of the developer covering the
But it
costs.
says if it was deemed necessary, so that means it's up to the administration. of
Councilman?
what- no, okay. All right,
Councilman,
all right.
Councilman,
Now-
I really want you to ask the question you asked me. That
Now,
was what you asked.
that's why I want to go down the
Okay.
road here. It says final site plan. Can you explain the 50% of course, 50% of course, and the lot, and where it says the percentage? Can you explain an example? Because I understand that if the site plan's final is $1 million, so an individual had to pay 50% out of that $1 million?
I think it's the minor subdivision fee. I don't know every single one of these line items. I would have to get back to you with the details on that. But there must be an escrow fee particular to that subdivision. I don't know if Mike has any further detail on that or knows it a little bit more. It could just be that you see that there's a $500 minor subdivision fee, and then they pay half the cost for the major.
Yeah, but I see fees set, but when I see a 50%, if you give me you're not giving me a number, for example, let's have a number example, $1 million. Is 50% out of $1 million they have to give?
No,
That's why.
it's the, I think it's the fee that you see right above it. If you see that it's fewer than 10 lots, it's a $1,000 fee. So when you have to go ahead and get your final major subdivision, it's half of the cost of your preliminary minor subdivision fee. So it's just half of the cost, it just depends on the size of your project. Whether it's a fewer than 10 lots or an 11 lots or greater that's why it's just saying a 50% cost.
All right, Councilman, you know, we've had this in workshop. We've had it in committee, workshop, first reading. We're now here. I wanted her to come and present so that way the entire community could see. Councilman Rivera has a recommendation. After that recommendation, if the administration accepts that recommendation, we move forward, and Councilman Rivera.
In light of all the discussions that we have and the lack of expediency during the whole process of developing the property here, when it comes to the permits and everything else, why can't we, instead of doing it at 200, do it at 100 to recoup the actual expense? I know there's, you're gonna argue that there's fringe benefits associated and everything else, but I don't think at this time we should not, we should not try to make a profit out of it by charging 200%. I know the state allows it. We could always revisit it further down. We do that all the time. We just increase a lot of fees in previous meetings that were proposed by the administration that were not increased in many years. But in fairness, I think at this moment, my recommendation and my suggestion is that instead of getting reimbursed, the word is reimbursed, it's not a fee, getting reimbursed for the cost of those professionals at 200%, that we get reimbursed at a 100%.
So Corporation Counsel, I know that this is in second reading, and it's an amendment to an existing ordinance already. Are we able to, on the floor, make that amendment
I think you want to.
before moving forward?
That would, I think, actually create amending both ordinances. I believe because the hourly rate, I think, is based on that figure, as well as the ordinance that, that allows for the, usage of the 200%. I believe ordinance number.
Bring it back.
Ordinance number 1,
Back.
deals with the 200% and what that hourly rate would be. And then ordinance number 2 makes reference to the ability by statute to to allow for a 200% charge.
Corporation
So it'd
Counsel.
be difficult to kind of amend this on the floor. It would change all of the numbers, it would change the percentage. So I would consider that not to be a minor change. It would probably require that it would have to go back to first reading.
Table.
Corporation Counsel, I have one.
So that is Councilman Rivera's recommendation. And do we have any council member, anyone here who wants to second that? Or do we want to take the vote right now and we either vote it up or we vote it down?
Could they, could,
For the,
Councilman wants to vote it up or down.
I don't, Council President,
Mr. Beer?
I think if you look at the resolution, it says up to 200%. So there is discretion in the resolution. It says, whereas the city is entitled to be reimbursed up to 200% of the hourly base salary. So it's up to, it leaves us this discretion, so you don't really have to change it. If you're telling us that you want us to charge 100, we can listen to that, but the resolution is already drafted in the way it says up to.
Take it up or
where it
down.
says up to it.
Council President.
Councilman Rivera?
So it's correct. They write the resolution as per statute. So, but we want to assure though, we want to make sure that the administration,
Okay.
what can we put in place as a council to make sure that the administration, for the meantime, until it gets revisited again, just get reimbursed just for 100% of whatever costs have been incurred for those professional services?
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
I'm on live TV in front of 25,000 people. I can give you my word that if you tell us and tell me that it'll be 100%, it will be 100%, even though the ordinance gives us
Got it.
authorization up to 200%. So if that's not good enough, then I don't know
Okay.
what else is.
That's good.
Very well.
Council
Good
President.
enough.
Council,
Council President.
Council,
Council President?
Council members, I'm gonna let you speak, Councilman Jackson, but I really wanna take action on this, all right? So I want you to put what you wanna say on record,
Very good.
as you have, Councilman Abdelaziz, and then I'm going to,
Cotton.
we're gonna vote.
Council.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson, Abdelaziz, and,
I'm just looking through the ordinance, and I know I think there's a compromise here that the council's looking for 100%. If you look at page 5, Mr. BA, section E, it says for municipal professionals an amount equal to 200% of the professional's hourly base salary times the number of hours spent. So that is page 5, section E, number 3. So that one doesn't say may up to 20, it says an amount equal to 200%. So I just want to make sure if we're making amendments and we're getting interpretations, there are some other things that say differently than may up to.
Well, for the record, I think what we're saying is that the administration is fine with 100%, right? We're fine with that. It's how do we get there, right? Do we want to go back to a first reading? I think the answer is probably no. So if there's a way we could amend this, on the floor and have you vote on it, I think that's what we would prefer tonight. Now, the language that Councilman Al-Aziz referred to, I mean, that perhaps, could be changed to make sure that it's not 200%.
It says 200.
Because in the earlier part of the resolution, it provides the flexibility.
Council President? Section E pertains to special meetings in particular, and none of that is changing. That you could see there's no, I know in my copy, there's no underlines. That's
Okay.
what it's
It's already
been
there.
because of special meetings.
okay.
Yeah.
Very well, Councilman Jackson, then Councilwoman Cotton.
Very good. Thank you, Council President. First of all, this council has to begin to hold diligently to its responsibilities. We have to begin to hold diligently to our responsibilities, and that's to the public. The council must make sure that the legislation as written is prescribed as in which we envision for it to go. And with all due respect, Mr. BA, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you, but past practices have left me with a sour taste in being able to entrust that certain things will happen. You gave me your word once before in the past, and members of the administration overstepped your word and did exactly what you promised would not happen. We have policies in place, which residency policies, and yet we still continue to hire non-residents. We have items that's on the books, like road closures before 9 a.m., and yet and still the community still has to endure these same road closures each and every day. This council must make sure whatever it is that we envision for the community to be impacted with, it must be solid in the script, and I don't feel comfortable with moving forward, and although we saying it on national television or on TV, many things get said on TV, but yet other things are carried out in a different fashion. If we're looking to have this amended as per Councilman Rivera's recommendation, I think that's what we need to do. If we can't do that now, send it back to first reading and make sure it's done properly. But to move forward and leave it in the hands of individuals that when our backs are turned are going to do something else. In fact, the main person that's responsible for instituting these fees is the person in question who is a non-resident, who's already creating issues. So, Council President, listen, you know I'm gonna always keep it 100%. So we have to make sure that we're protecting the residents of the community, and we can't just leave it in the hands of somebody else to make sure that that's gonna happen. Because past practices have shown us that that's not what's gonna happen.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. As I'm looking at this ordinance, I know for a fact that a project comes in here with a bad lawyer, with a bad architect, and then my guy has to spend a whole day going over one project, and we got 15 waiting to be looked at. So we have to be able to get something. You can't let my man stay all day on trying to fix your project, which you already got a bad drawing, you got a bad legal man, and it's just not getting through when you got 15 projects that need to be looked at. Hopefully that it comes in good, and hopefully that if it comes in good, that we can move forward. You gotta go back, you gotta change plans. The electrician is not right, the wiring is wrong, and the drawing is all wrong, and my man gotta spend all day on one project, one application that wants to move forward. So we still have to look at some of the things that come in, because believe me, every project coming in here are not right. And it has to be corrected, and that's why we rely on our people to make sure that these projects are right. And, you know, and there's so many things that are happening with people changing their houses without even going before any board, and they're getting caught. And what are we gonna do about those people who are getting caught turning a one family into a two family into a three family, and we're not even watching those people yet, and it's happening, and I'm like I Spy,
Okay.
you know, going around. But a project sometimes can take your person, our people in the city here, all day on one, and we got 15 and 20 in the hole waiting to be looked at. So we have to think about what's taking our people away from us, from the city, to do their work, and they're concentrating on one project. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Cotton. I want everyone here to understand, you know, that this is healthy dialogue, all right? We should have more of these better in our committees and in workshop. But I will say this, okay? It's not, and I want everyone here to understand, and any developer out there or anyone trying to do business in the city of Paterson, I'm not saying that I'm in disagreement. I just, what I'm against is if we're not gonna increase the way we do business with them, okay, to help them say, you know what, yes, I was assessed a fee, but guess what? From a project that could have had 6 months, it only took me 2 months, you know, that's what I wanna see. And so, in terms of the verbiage, I know Councilman Rivera left, but the way this reads, it says for municipal professionals an amount equal to 200%. It does not say up to.
And I'm just, where is that? Because I'm trying to read line by line. I have not seen that part. So far,
It
everything
says,
I've read.
it says $850, it's section
Okay.
E.
I see, I found you from.
So $850 for attorney's time, other professional personnel, outside consultants, for municipal professionals, an amount equal to 200% of the professional's hourly base. So you see that?
But I,
Understood. Well, let me, if the council's prerogative is to leave it as is with the understanding that we're going to make the 200% not to exceed 200%, then I would say that's not a substantial change in that in this one area, I would just add an amount not to exceed 200%. And that I wouldn't deem that to be a substantial change. If the council's prerogative is to limit it to 100%, then it would need to be republished.
Go back to a first
and
reading?
Essentially go back to a first.
But let's send this back to, it's healthy to send it back to first reading, have a thorough conversation, have developers here in a workshop, and they could hear it too, and all that stuff. So we could send it back to first reading. We're not in a rush.
I just want to make one point, though. The language
Mr.
that
BA?
Council President just read from, you're actually changing the ordinance then, because this was in the original ordinance. We didn't make this
Hold
change.
up, I thought that was the,
No, it's a change.
No.
That's, no, section E.
This is
so this is
the,
the same one that you were reading.
this was already in there.
For a
I'm
special
sorry,
meeting.
I'm
This is
sorry.
for a special
That's-
meeting.
You know what, I-
And
that-
they are already being charged for the
Correct.
200%,
That's correct.
so that
Hold
has
on a
nothing to
minute.
do with it.
That's
Hold
just
on.
for a special meeting.
That's the catch. That is correct. That section does only apply to
Okay,
special
so
meetings.
item G, right on the top of that page, that underlining, that is what is being changed, correct, Kathleen?
Correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
and that's where it says, may not exceed 200% of the sum.
Correct.
Corporation Council.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Corporation Council, if we were to change or make an amendment on the floor of charges for professionals or employees of municipality may not exceed 100% of the sum, so change it 200% to 100%. Are we allowed to do that on the floor?
You can do that on the floor, but it can't be voted on today.
Good, good. So let's put it on the floor and vote it next week or next month. But we're not in a hurry, but at least we given the benefit as going from 200 to 100, and probably the developer will be more comfortable.
So from what I'm seeing, there's a good portion. If I leave it like this and we say, let's vote it up or down, it's gonna go down, because right now, you have 1, 2, 3, 4.
We had to meet
So-
in the middle of something, at least.
I'm sorry, Councilman, what did you say?
Oh, no, if we are talking about business, and we are putting in the floor our thoughts about what we think it should be, and the administration put in a plan, and we put in one,
Okay.
we meet in the middle, so
Okay.
let's do what we have to do.
All right.
Council President.
I'm gonna let Councilwoman Mims speak, and then, so she can make her point. But I am gonna go ahead and we're going to, I know, Councilman, believe me, I know, Councilman Abdelaziz and Khalid, I know, all right, I know that it's past 8:06, so I know it's important to you, all right? So I'm gonna dismiss you in a few minutes, but I need Councilman Rivera back before you two go. Councilwoman.
So I think we've had some valid points, but I totally agree with Councilman Jackson to make sure that it's written and it's documented. And the reason for that is because administrative changes happen all the time, whether in individuals or election during those processes. So we have to make sure that because that is what happens through an electoral process, we have to make sure that whatever we do is documented and is not to discretion of whoever. If someone else is new administration or there's a change, we should never leave any language to discretion. It should always be plain, clear, and simple to whoever's reading it. So I'm in total agreement of making sure that the language says up to 100% to make sure that we're all on the same page. And it's not that we speak against your integrity, Mr. B.A., but I think just because of that process, that we do it through an electoral process, things happen, things change, and, you know, you may say something, someone else may come along and say, well, I didn't know anything about it, and then we have nothing documented. So
Okay.
everything has to always be on record and documented.
Point taken.
Move the table.
Move to table, so move to table by Councilman Jackson. Second by Councilman Kalik. Well, actually,
Table.
okay.
You can
I thought
table.
you cannot table
Yeah, you
because
can
it's a
table,
second
yes,
reading.
you
Yeah,
can.
You can?
Table to
Yeah,
another
because we had the
meeting.
public hearing.
Yeah, but we can table to another
Right?
meeting. We have to
Okay.
give a date.
All
And
right,
have to
so
do a
roll call, Madam Clerk, to table.
With the amendment?
I'm sorry?
With the amendment?
No.
No.
Oh,
To table item number 2.
Madam President, would you like it to be tabled to the next, we are in what now, May? May 28th,
So our,
next regular meeting. I have to put a date on the record.
all
It's
right,
May-
so our next meeting, regular meeting is the 28th, correct?
Is that okay?
But, I'm sorry, but there needs to be a motion on the floor to amend the ordinance. And that amendment is adopted, and then.
yeah, move with
proceed.
amendment.
So where's,
Okay. Are we amending or we are tabling? There are two different things. here.
You
Tabling.
need to, if we move to amend it by law, we will not be able to adopt it. It will be essentially carried until the next meeting where we take action.
That's right, and it will
Right.
be tabled with the same closure. If we amend it, then we'll go to first reading, and then we could move on with the amendment.
Correct.
Correct.
You don't have to actually table it. It's a
So-
motion to
Right.
That's
just
right. So-
amend it,
okay,
and
so.
by law,
so
you're unable to
we're gonna
adopt
then
it
do the
today.
motion, okay, so. Are you
So-
okay with that, because you moved it from table, and you seconded? All right, so, Madam Clerk, motion to amend the,
The 200 to 100.
no, hold on a minute. We're making a motion to amend the current ordinance
To reflect,
to reflect the up to 100%,
to reflect up to 100%.
100%, okay?
Understood.
And you know where the lines are,
And-
okay?
right, so-
And
Council
it's
President,
moved,
item number 8, I believe was it E or 8?
No,
It should remain the same.
no, it's not
If
E.
someone is-
It's
if
not
someone
E, it's
is-
the
if-
top portion.
We know that.
Ca-
It's the one that is underlined, which is
But if someone is
G.
requesting a special meeting, they should,
Council
Correct,
President,
correct, and that's what I'm
Ca-
saying. When you look on the same page above, G,
Council President,
can I just finish?
can I put the amendment on the floor? I know where you're looking at. I'm gonna put in the
Okay.
verbiage.
Councilman Jackson put in the
no, he
motion.
can place the amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
Council
Councilman
President, I'd like
Abdelaziz.
to amend section G to reflect that it says charges for professionals who are employees of the municipality may not exceed 200% to reflect charges for professionals who are employees of the municipality may not exceed 100% of the sum of the products resulting from multiplying. Everything else stays the same.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to amend section G.
This is when you have a hungry man.
Yes. It's section G. Corporation Council, section G, right?
That's, I understood.
Okay,
Section G, right?
correct.
Okay. Roll call to amend Section G, and Legal Department will make the necessary corrections. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Jackson? On the amendment.
Your mic, Mike.
Yes, you will have to, when we get to number 1, that will have to be amended accordingly.
Your microphone.
I have Councilman Abdelaziz vote, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Jackson,
Yes?
Councilman Khalid, Councilman Mims, Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Madam President. Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Legal will make the necessary amendment to item number 2.
So go back to first reading.
Okay, okay. So, Corporation Council.
Yes.
So this would just go on to our next meeting of the
the next, well.
Regular,
it
28th.
could just go to the next, regular meeting.
On the
If you wish
first
to
reading.
discuss it in workshop, you can, but legally, as long as it's published and on notice, it can just go on to the next regular meeting.
But
Look, I wanted to
so
go
I
on
have
the
to
next
do a-
regular meeting
Right.
for Tuesday, the 28th. That's the
I
next
have-
regular meeting.
no, I have
And
to
that's when we're
do-
gonna take action to vote this up or down. At this point now,
No.
it goes to first reading.
No, Corporation Council.
why does it go back to
Are
first
we
reading?
taking
what you
this
said.
back to first reading?
I think it'll be easier if you and I discuss, because often we use terms like, oh, it's going back to first reading, because that's the more lay way of dealing with it. I'll discuss with you the appropriate way to deal with this according to the statute.
So, okay, so I need to do a roll call on the amendment now. We just did the amendment.
Correct.
So I need to do an adoption as amended. So what happens after that?
This is what I told them
It
not
goes
to
back to first reading?
Or second reading?
No,
That's what she just
it
said.
would be first, and then we have it
First,
back.
that's right.
Published it again. So I need to do a roll call
You've
on
done
the
a roll call
amendment.
on the amendment.
Yes, so I need,
Correct.
we did a roll call on the amendment. That's fine. So we need to do another roll call to bring it back to the table for first
Table
reading.
what?
No, no,
Why?
that's not accurate.
That-
I'm trying to avoid reading from the statute, but your questions are kind of forcing me to do that. But essentially what'll happen now is, now that we understand it's gonna be adopted, it's a material change in it, so now it will be published in its entirety by title and summary, together with a notice and introduction, a time and place, when it will be next on, so you have to put out notice to the public, and it can be considered for final passage at the next meeting.
So
So
I,
it is still, that's why I said, I know we often say it goes back to first reading, because normally you'll have it on workshop again, and then we'll go through it. But by law, essentially, by the next meeting, as long as we publish it and give notice, it can be voted on.
Okay, so,
so I have to publish this again.
Yes.
Correct.
Right.
But
So
can we
it will
discuss
go
that maybe
back.
off, like, the process?
Okay.
I think that's something we can discuss.
but right now,
The
for the
process.
record, it will go on for the next meeting, Tuesday, May 28th.
Correct.
So
Okay.
I need to do another roll call so I can make the announcement and make the announcement when it will be held at the next regular meeting. So I need to do a roll call as amended. Roll call as amended on item number 2.
But that's, didn't we
Yes, I
take?
have to
we
do
took-
that.
We just took that roll call, Madam
No,
Clerk.
we did the roll call on the amendment, to do the amendment, but now I have to do another roll call as amended, and then make the announcement that it will be held at the next regular meeting of May 28, 2019 at 7 p.m.
action, then we
So
proceed.
when I published it, it will go to the public to come back and speak on it again, and then we adopt it.
Okay.
I definitely have to.
Roll call to accept the amendment? I mean,
But we
As
just
amended.
voted on that. I'm not sure I'm even
So
clear what you're saying
okay.
needs to happen.
We voted for the
All right, so we
change.
have.
You voted for it to be amended, so at this
Right.
point, we just need to publicize it. You just need to indicate that this will be on for May 28th, regular workshop, and we put notice out, and on that date, it can be voted upon. There's no other roll call that we need to take.
Yeah, I think what she's saying is that we need to do a vote to move it forward to the next meeting.
but we've never voted on anything to
We
move to.
vote on the amendment to make the changes.
Correct.
But now we had to go a vote for move it to the next meeting,
Councilman?
Yes.
right?
We have never
No, that's not
voted.
accurate.
That is not
Okay,
accurate.
I
We
will
never
just-
vote
okay,
on,
I won't
we never, to
overri-
move it to which day. That's never been, that's something that's called,
Right.
when Madam Clerk, you ask, and I said, yes, this is gonna go on the next workshop or on the next regular or on, so in this case, if we've already voted on the amendment, we are now saying that we are moving it forward. As Council President, I'm saying it's going on the next meeting, regular meeting, which is Tuesday, May 28th.
Okay, when it goes back to the next meeting of May 28th, what is it? Is it a second reading?
Second reading,
Second reading.
second reading, Madam Clerk. As
So
as
now-
per what Corporation Council said, as long as you do have to advertise it again with its title, correct? Corporation Council?
Yes.
All right,
Okay, I'll go by what the Corporation Council said.
Okay,
The vote is
very
seven-
good.
The vote is 7 in favor, 8 in favor, 1 absent, Item number 2 will be held at the next regular meeting of May 28, 2019. Legal department will make the necessary corrections.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. That was healthy.
Yep.
Okay,
Can we do number 4, so?
wait, we're not going, 1 second. So I know that there was a question on, so if we are making an amendment to item number 2, we have to make an amendment to item number 1 as well.
That is correct.
Correct.
Now, what's the
Yes.
amendment for item number 1?
Because you're not gonna reimburse, get 100 and then reimburse 200. So you have to reimburse 100.
No, I think the issue here is, and maybe not, the $57 per hour, is that based upon a 200% or 100%?
That's just the hourly rate.
That's just the
correct?
hourly rate.
So, that's just the hourly rate?
Yep,
And it's not based upon the percentage?
nope.
So then, I don't think number 1 has to change.
Council
With the
President?
third whereas,
Oh,
number
we're-
1 has to
yeah.
change.
The third
Or you
whereas.
could just
Council
delete the
President.
third whereas.
It just says,
I agree. I
The
would-
city is entitled to be reimbursed up to 200% of the hourly base salary.
Right, but if we're gonna be consistent, then it should say reimburse up to 100%.
Right.
If that's what we've done in the first one.
Right.
All right, so Madam Clerk, can you please call, put into the record item number 1? Then we'll ask for the amendment, Councilman.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 1 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance setting the hourly base salary of municipal professionals in connection professional review fees pursuant to the municipal land use law, economic development ordinance 19023. Is there a motion?
Do you have a motion?
Is we moving this one?
We have to move it, and we have to
Move
second it, and then we have to do the amendment. I have a motion to move.
Council President, I know you're asking for a motion, right? Although this says 200%, the other ordinance actually is establishing what escrow amount is gonna be collected. This one is just interpreting the law. The state law allows you to collect up to 200. The first one doesn't say anywhere that they will collect 200. The second one we adopted is the one that specify what escrow fee they're gonna be collecting. So personally, I don't see a need to change this one, because the other one that we amended is the one that's gonna establish, is the one that they're gonna follow to collect the escrow fees. This one just interprets the law, which by statute says 200%.
Corporation Counsel?
Honestly, I don't disagree with that, but I think for the same reasons that we amended the first one,
Right, that's all.
someone else looking at it who wasn't a part of this debate sees these as two different
So-
ordinances saying two different things.
So in the interest of moving this along, I'll second that. You had a motion, I'll second it. Someone moved it, right?
No.
No one moved it,
I
okay,
was
I'll
asking
move
for-
it.
I'll
move it.
I'll second.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, moved by Councilman Rivera, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Oh, you forgot about me now.
Now,
Hey, Cotton, I'm the one who moved it.
Councilwoman Cotton. All right, so now I have an amendment.
No, we have
No.
no, Madam President, we have to do the public hearing. This
All right.
this is required.
The
a
public hearing is now open for item number 1.
Hello, Tom Fiscaldo, Preakness Avenue. It looks to me like these three ordinances are together, and it's simply manipulations to make it the city collect more from the people and make a statement that the taxes didn't go up. Now, if you collect, this ties in with what happened with the sewer charges. The people getting ridiculous increase in sewer charges. You got these things, people have ridiculous increase in fees, and whatnot, and all these three things tie together. You're trying to make it look like taxes didn't go up, but you collect more money from the people. So collecting more money from the people is what harms the city. And we have to find ways to reduce the load on the people and encourage people to come to Paterson, not to escape Paterson and get out of this state entirely.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to close the public portion?
Just wait, there's somebody else.
Okay. Madam, this is on item number 1.
Which one?
First page.
Move to close.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Move to close the public hearing on item number 1 by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Yes, Madam President.
For
Roll call
second
to
reading.
close the public hearing. Item number 1, Councilwoman Khan,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims, Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed on item number 1.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to make an amendment on item number 1, the third whereas?
So move.
The amendment is put on record by moved by Councilman Rivera. Do I have a second? Second by Councilwoman Mims. Third whereas, to reflect the city is entitled to be reimbursed up to 100% of the hourly base salary.
So we're moving this to May 28th?
So it is moved, now we vote on the amendment,
Right, on adopting,
the amendment,
correct.
the making the change.
And it goes for the May 28, 2019
Correct.
meeting.
Correct.
Roll call on the amendment, legally make the necessary adjustments. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims, Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So then instead of getting 57, they're gonna get 42?
No,
Just kidding.
that's
Oh,
just
just
a
kidding,
set.
just kidding.
Come on,
My
Councilman.
vote is yes.
Madam President,
No, you voted? Okay, yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted as amended.
Thank you.
This item will be listed in next regular meeting of May 28, 2019 at 7 p.m.
And Madam Clerk, it will be advertised as well.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very well. Madam Clerk, item number 4 for second reading.
Next item is item number 4 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a 2-hour parking zone on 10th Avenue between East 18th Street and East 19th Street. Department of Public Works Ordinance 19022.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 4.
No, public
No,
portion.
The public hearing is now open for item number 4.
See no one, move to close.
Second.
Move to close the public hearing for item number 4 by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4 for second reading.
Roll call to close the public hearing. Item number 4, Councilwoman Khan.
No.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Public hearing is hereby closed on item number 4.
Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 4 for second reading.
Roll call on item number 4 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims, Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Okay, item number 5, Madam Clerk, for second reading? That is second reading, right?
No, item number 5 is a resolution
resolution.
that
Oh,
has to,
okay.
it goes hand in hand with the
Right.
bond ordinances.
Right,
All right, no,
okay,
we're not doing that.
okay.
Okay, so, let's do the consent agenda?
Okay.
Okay.
Consent.
Next items on the agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 14 through 37. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter. May I have a motion?
Move it.
Okay, moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on consent agenda items 14 through 37.
Roll call on items 14 through 37 on the consent agenda. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
I'm sorry, Council President. As opposed to making a request to remove it, I see this item for lead or die on here, which I'm definitely not in approval of. We continue to spend unnecessarily on these sites, multiple sites that we're paying 3-4 times on. And we have to begin to hold people accountable for these items. My vote is no.
So that has to be removed.
thank you, Councilman. Councilman McCoy? Yes. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Items 14 through 37 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm going to take item number 39.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 39. Item number 39 reads, resolution authorizing Montgomery Street between Summer Street and Straight Street to be also known as Apostle Joseph T. Robinson Way, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, co-sponsored by the honorable council members. Resolution, City Council Resolution 19291.
Move it.
Turn your mic.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 39.
Roll call on item number 39 for approval.
Okay. Wait,
Councilwoman Cotton?
this, what's the matter? Oh. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say it's truly an honor, Council President, once we get finished, I think maybe 2 of the people in the audience that would like to come up to say a few words, but it is truly an honor for me to do this today. I've known them for over 40 years, been in the area for probably 50 years, but they have kept that corner, as I would say, lively, with the car wash, with the laundromat, with the fish gates. It's truly an honor to be able to sit here today of all the years that I've been knowing Bishop Robinson and First Lady Robinson. And I can come to her house and sit in the kitchen and she'll fry me some fish. So it is truly an honor for me to be here, to sit here, to give you your flowers, Bishop Robinson, while you're still here. You just celebrated your 75th birthday, I think 50 years pastoral, and anniversary was 60. I'm not even sure, but I know it's there. But it is truly an honor. for me to do this. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman.
Uh-huh.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Reverend Robinson, definitely a pillar, a mentor, a great example to our community. I was there a few weeks ago. I mean, it was so busy. I got to come back another time to get things situated. But man, you know, it's beautiful seeing what you guys do. Your grandson, man, he's an excellent example of the legacy that you set, and it's a great honor to make sure that your legacy is continued on by placing your name on that street. From the years of just the purple cars to the purple awnings to the purple signage, you know, keeping it consistent to, you know, operating 3 businesses at once: the laundromat, the car wash, the food truck. I mean, you guys have done an excellent job, and it's all come off of your example. And I can't forget the First Lady, because we understand that without a great woman, you know, we know you wouldn't have been able to get it done. So I want to congratulate you, your family, and the legacy of your family. And I'm happy to be a part of watching that legacy continue on. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
Apostle Robinson, Prophetess Robinson, to the church. I see your grandson, and so many of the members are here as well, and people from that community. I just want to congratulate you. You've been doing work throughout the church in that area for a long time. We celebrate Jeff. We celebrate Jennifer. I've known Jennifer forever. And so we just celebrate. My vote on tonight is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
You know, when I go to Jay Car Wash, I like to go in the mornings, because now you get a wash in your car, you get a good prayer. Before they start working, they'll pray together. And if you don't pray, you had to go into that lobby and pray with them. That's a good thing. So you watch your car, and at the same time, you watch your soul with prayer. So congratulations, keep on doing the great work, and I'm going to still go there. So great job. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Congratulations, my vote is yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 39 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Madam President, I just want to say that he was pastoring for 42 years, married for 62 years, and he celebrated his 78th birthday this past year. So I think that our hats off to him. And I think that's what I said. I think his son, well, Pastor Robinson, Bishop, stand up. First Lady Robinson, please stand up. Joseph Robinson, where's the grandson? Joseph Robinson Jr., come to the mic. Just say, Pastor Robinson, please, just say a few words. Bishop, where's my
Councilwoman?
Where's my car wash guy?
Councilwoman.
Yeah. Just say a few words.
I'm just out of words. I appreciate everything you all done for us. Appreciate the acknowledgement. Come back, have a fish. We'll treat you.
Yeah.
If you fall, the car's dirty, wash the car.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Blessings, many blessings. Madam Clerk, I want to take item number 40, which I'm moving. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not
I
going to
didn't know you
hold.
were- I'm
I just
sorry.
want to say thank you to all of the leadership here in Paterson. I want to say thank you to the residents of Paterson. We have a great city, and we just have to be willing to work together to improve the quality of life for us all as occupants of Paterson. Thank you so much.
Amen.
I'm not a great speaker, but I just want to thank everybody in the city of Paterson for always supporting us and always being there for when we need us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I want to take item number 40.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 40, resolution authorizing McBride Avenue extension between Spruce Street and Mill Street to be also known as Mayor Lawrence Pat Kramer Jr. Way, sponsored by Council President Maritza Davila and co-sponsored by Councilman Louis Velez, City Council Resolution 19292.
Move.
Second.
Corporation Counsel, I noticed that on here, it says Mr. And I know that we had the conversation on item number 40,
Correct.
that it should reflect mayor.
It says that on,
So I just want to make sure.
I just read it, it did say.
Yes, all right.
It said
So it's
mayor.
on the agenda, it says Mr., but on the
Yes.
resolution, it says, okay, very good. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 40.
Councilman Velez, second.
Yes.
Yes,
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
moved by Council President.
And
Second.
second by her soulmate.
Councilman Velez, thank you. Roll call on item number 40 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
I just would like to say thank you, Madam Clerk. This honor that we're naming a little portion of Pat Kramer Way, the
McBride
mayor,
Extension.
the McBride Extension, for under the previous mayor that we have. I have a picture inside, and I think the pictures go back 35 years, when my husband was a council member, and at that time, when he was a council member, Pat Kramer was the mayor of the city of Paterson. And so he's sitting in the middle of Reverend Tyler, Reverend White, Reverend Graham, my husband, and it's about 10 pastors, Reverend John from Madison Avenue Christian. So when I get a chance, I'm going to post that picture, because it's about at least 12 pastors that were in the city at the time. Most of them are not here no longer, but I think that he would just love to see that picture, and he's sitting in the middle of all of them, and I know that he would love to see it, and so I want to do that. But Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz, we're voting item number 40.
Yes.
Madam President.
Although Councilwoman Cotton, I can't say, I got a picture. I was a baby. But I just I'm just happy and honored to give, again, this honor to Mayor Lawrence. When you read the resolution, he at the time was one of the youngest mayors ever then in the city of Paterson. And so he did a lot of work. He still does for our national park, and I think he's still alive, and he's 88 years old, and I think that what a great honor to give him. And so, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 40 is hereby adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to open the public portion. What number is she? Wait, you should have went, hold on a minute. Madam Clerk, how many speakers?
1 second.
I
Madam
need you
Clerk.
to go and tell her.
I think I have 10, maybe 20, roughly 20
Not
speakers.
number one, but
I have roughly 20 speakers, approximately.
20.
20.
Okay, so we're going to be opening the public portion, and I'm going to ask respectfully that everyone has a 3-minute limit. And as you can see, we have 20 speakers, which means that's going to take us about an hour. So I just want everyone just to be mindful of that. Once the bell rings, you can wrap up. And I just want to, I know that there's some. So once again, as I was saying, please let us be mindful of the time limit that you have. Madam Clerk, first speaker?
Yes, Madam President, the public portion is now open. Our first speaker is Mr. Wilfred McCoy. Please state your name and address for the record.
Greetings and good evening, everyone. My name is Wilfred McCoy,
The
344.
youngest, the youngest McCoy?
Not the youngest. I'm actually older than Wesley. 344 East 41st Street, Paterson, New Jersey, 07504, and I'm a proud resident of this great city. I just want to greet our Madam President, the rest of the City Council members, certainly my Third Ward Councilman, Honorable Bill McCoy as well. I'm simply here tonight to say thank you for your good work. As I sit in any council meeting, I come from time to time, not too often, but I'm impressed by the work that you do. I just wanted to make an announcement. We're having our 48th Church's International Convocation starting on June 23rd through June 30th this year. And we have a flyer that we've placed outside in the vestibule. We want to invite each and every one that's here, including the city at large. Our topic is the unchangeable God. And I'm just here to invite each and every one. I'm the interim pastor at the church at this time. And we will be having delegates come from all over the world, Europe, Canada, Jamaica, other parts of the United States, to our city. We've been doing this for 48 years. We are proud of Paterson. We are proud of Paterson, and we invite you to come and to worship with us. We pray that you'll have a blessed rest of the meeting, and thank you so much for your time. Be well.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Pastor McCoy, for coming in. We know you've been on that corner for a very long time. Wishing you a great convocation. And I know that Councilman Jackson will be there as the First Ward Councilman, which the church is located.
As I always
And
am.
as he have in the past. And
I'll be there too.
Council President says she'll be there, and she has in the past. Councilman Velez is gonna teach a Bible class, and Councilwoman Mims will be there as well. I don't know about Flavio Rivera, but I think. He'll count the money for you for that night, but make sure you watch him very carefully. And don't forget, Councilman Al Abdelaziz will be along with me as well, South Ward Councilman, absolutely. And you have one other McCoy over there that you didn't invite. He's a distant cousin. We get into a little tussle every once in a while, but he's not that bad. I'm gonna coordinate his tie. I'm gonna have Ken Morris consult with him on the color combination.
The orange and blue. Come on.
Yeah. We're gonna work on it.
Fair East Side.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, second speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Naomi Simmons. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Naomi Simmons.
Bring down the...
I've been here several times in the loss of my sons. Right now, we're trying to get the street renaming done for him. I was told that it's been an ongoing thing, like off and on, for the past, and we spoke before, Madam President, about the time that I first put it in, opposed to the timing when it was laid on your desk. I just wanted to know, like, what or where do I go now as far as getting the street renaming? My son was a resident of Paterson, New Jersey. I have been for over 45 years, and I've done a lot of community work as far as cleaning in the areas in the First Ward. My son was 23 when this incident happened, him being hit, struck, and killed by a Paterson police officer. He didn't have enough time to pursue his life on what things that he wanted to do. So to say, you know, as far as the criteria, he didn't meet that because, like I said, his life was cut short at the age of 23. So I'm here as his mother, trying to get the street renaming where my son was laid, killed, struck, and left by a Paterson police officer. After 3 years, still we haven't gotten anything. Just got justice, 3.5 years. So, that is, has been taken care of. I have Mr. Robinson here. He's also raised me as a kid on our street where his dad church is currently. And if I need to, he could speak on my behalf of my community work or myself, because I speak for my kids speak for me, I speak for my kids. So, yes.
Just so you know, it is not on my desk, okay? It has not come before us. It is right now, I know there's a conversation, and I want to defer it to Corporation Counsel. I do want you to know that Councilman Jackson, our Vice President, did bring it to committee, and it was supposed to move from committee, so my desk would be sitting right here in terms of us putting it forth to vote. So I'm going to defer to you, Corporation Counsel, in terms of the street naming, which I believe the resolution was not done. Am I correct?
Well, my understanding, there were some concerns about the criteria and adherence to the criteria. As far as there are some other pending issues which at this time make it difficult while the real issue is the criteria. However, when you factor in the street name, you also factor in some practical aspects of it. And there is some pending litigation involving this specific incident that makes it difficult to move forward and not put the city potentially at a heightened risk of liability, as this could unfortunately be utilized, although a wonderful gesture and I'm sure deserving, but it can be utilized to the detriment of the city during the pendency of litigation.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is it's more pertaining because in terms of criteria, we're the council, we set it. So
Correct.
we the council can decide on, if we want to, if I may say it this way, waive what criteria we, the body, have set forth. I think probably the concern that I would have is the legality of it in terms of what you're saying. So I'm not hearing, no, we can't do this. I'm hearing that right now there is some litigation going on and that at this time we should not proceed. That's what I'm hearing.
But
That is correct. It is within the council's prerogative to decide as to criteria. But based on the pending litigation, the concerns were raised regarding how this could impact that ongoing litigation at this time.
That didn't take place until December. Like I said to you, the paperwork was all submitted 3 years ago. So the legality part of it was not even in play when I
No, but
submitted.
I don't want you to, and you know what, we normally do not have the back and forth, but just with respect, I'm saying this, it didn't come to us 3 years ago. I just need you to know that I've been here 5 years.
Right.
And the previous chair of the committee did not put it forth in committee. Just letting you know that.
Okay, I have proof here on my phone when I sent.
Oh, no, we're not saying that you
Okay.
did not submit it.
Okay.
Remember, you can submit a request, it goes through the committee chair. The committee chair has to bring it to the body, the
Right.
committee, the street naming committee at that. After it's reviewed, it's then put forth through legal. Legal has to draft the resolution. They have to sign off on it. Then it comes to us, the body, as an entirety, workshop. And from workshop, once it's spoken as a body, then it's moved forward in our agenda to be voted on. All right?
Yes.
So it never made, it just, you sent the request to the chair, but it never made the committee.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just letting you know, I don't want you to think that we have been sitting on that 3 years. And I can say it respectfully, I've been sitting on that committee. So I'm telling you right now that, when Councilman Jackson brought it to our committee, that is when,
Council President.
I was aware of it. Councilman Jackson?
Yeah, Council President, I brought this item forward several years ago. Why, I didn't sit on the street naming committee, why it wasn't moved forward, I don't know. But one of the largest concerns that I have, and through the chair of the Corporation Council, you know, my biggest concern is the way this thing was being handled. You know, I had been in consistent contact with the representative from your office. We made sure that this thing was laid out, was been written. The family, this is a dual naming. So when you talk about the item with the process or the criteria, this criteria has been dealt with similarly in the past. There was a previous street naming of a young person who lost their life, you know, untimely, and there was a criteria that was overlooked at that point. I don't believe that we overlooking the criteria because both families and the mothers of these individuals, they do more than their part of community service. Right. So I really want to be careful on how we curtail their involvement in the community and their closing of the gap of the criteria. One of the things that's disappointing is that I was never informed. In fact, both families were here at the last meeting, and they found out in a way that was very disrespectful to them, especially when we look at the context of how her son lost his life. You know, I have the unfortunate pleasure of sitting here and voting on a lot of different things. Some out-of-town resident, someone who doesn't live in the city, comes in here, he gets mishandled by members of our staff. He sues the city for $400,000 or $500,000. I don't believe that this is the intent of the family. I can't speak on intent, but what I can speak on is the fact that this process belongs to the council. And I'm really disappointed how the administration has stepped in, removed this item from the agenda without the council's consent and without informing the council and me as well, so I can at least inform the family. You know, the family's been through enough, and I think that, you know, they deserve to be treated a little bit better than that. So to give them an answer to say that they don't meet the criteria is just not hitting the mark. You know, I really would like to be, you know, as transparent and honest with them as possible.
I just want to be clear. I never said that they didn't meet the criteria. I don't have the authority to make that decision. I said that my understanding at first was whether there was an issue if the criteria was met. However, once it came to legal, we discussed other issues that we saw in the naming of the street naming at this specific time. So the law department is not in a position to make the assessment as to whether or not the criteria is met. And I didn't represent that, and I don't believe anyone from my department represented that the criteria wasn't met.
But no one has spoken to me about that,
Okay.
Corporation Counsel, from your department. From what I've gathered, or what information was given to me, is the administration made a call to pull this item off the agenda. And I'm just saying, in the manner in which it was done, you know, it was in poor judgment, and the way it was handled was very bad, considering what this family has already undergone.
Exactly, because I was told to come back down here. I was told, so for us not to be on agenda, yeah, I kind of feel some type of way as well.
Okay. I don't think we're gonna get any more. I mean, I think Corporation Counsel has spoken. So I don't think we're getting any different answer than what you just heard
I'm
her
just
say.
speaking out.
In terms of us as the council and the criteria, this is the body that determines that. So there's nothing else I can tell you at this time right now. I think we need to have a discussion again with the administration, okay? And we will definitely reach out, and I know Councilman Jackson, and just, Councilman, when I said, you know, I sat on the committee, and you could have put the request in 3 years ago?
I did, Council
I know,
President.
you could have, it never made the committee. That's what I just
No, I
want you to
understand
know.
that, I understand that. And
Okay.
I'm not sure administratively
Why?
what may have taken place then as well.
Okay.
But I am requesting at this point that it
Okay.
at least be placed back on the agenda for a vote at our next upcoming workshop and then a meeting. I mean, it falls under our
And that, we
purview.
will have that discussion,
Mm.
we'll have the discussion with the administration, and we will be contacting you, okay? Okay? All right, thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Thomas. I'm not very sure of the last name. Is there Mr. Thomas?
Mr. Thomas?
Sistrominio? I'm not sure.
Okay,
I know.
there's no
Mr.
one.
Mr. Lynch, Donald Lynch.
Next speaker, Mr. Donald Lynch.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Donald Lynch. I came here not to shake hands, not to smile, and all of that. I came here because I have an issue in my neighborhood, Triangle Village. Because we are Triangle Village, that don't mean we're not alive. I want you to understand that. The problem we having, and my councilman, we know, been working on, the problem we having in Tyler Street is just a little block. We have 3 garages, car garages, where they fix cars. Now we're getting a problem with the new owner. When did you ever hear of a garage fixing cars be open 3 o'clock in the morning playing music? When did that happen? You in a residential area, you got people getting up, going to work, you got kids got to go to school. These people do not care. I don't know, I heard it came from Presidential Boulevard. We want something done. We need, BJL not here, but we need cops to come through that area. We got cars sitting there, no license plates. They need to be towed. So we need this, and this is what I'm asking for, because I stopped coming because I wasn't getting no answer to my problem anyway, so I'm coming back. But I'm not coming back to stay with you guys because you put me through a hell of a lot. Because it is time for things to happen. When we come down here to complain, we're not coming down here to be on TV. That's for sure. We're not coming down here to be on TV. So I want this city, the police department, to work with my councilman to get this straightened out. We don't know who owned the place. There's no sign up who owned it. None. The previous owner, he took it down when he left. These peoples came in, we don't know who the owner is. But we know they stand open too late. And we need something done about it now. Now, how late do they supposed to stay open? Anybody know? Do you have an hour or something? And the last thing, the street cleaner. We had a young lady, it was like about week before last. This young lady is disability. She had a stroke. The street cleaner came and she ran out to move her car. They gave her a ticket. But what aggravated her, the next day, they come on Monday and Tuesday, the next day, the street cleaner came to give nobody a ticket going around the cars. Now, this young lady's on disability, and she had to pay $50-something for the ticket. And she's very upset, and I would be upset too if this would happen to me. Now we got street cleaners on Tyler Street. The street cleaner came today, he didn't even go up Tyler Street. If he'd have went up Tyler Street, he would have had to call a tow truck. This is what's happening to our community. And I am tired, damn tired of coming down here asking this city to do things for us and nothing to get done. So we want something done. So if I gotta keep coming back, I'm gonna keep coming back. I don't wanna keep coming back.
Okay.
Messing down here with you people, you will have a heart attack, everything.
Okay, so Mr. B.A., I think probably Mr. Lynch, if you can share, the directors here, the information at the time of day, because I guess the director would be able to pinpoint in terms of time, day.
Every day. Every day.
Well, no, what I'm hearing is there's no consistency. So one day they're going through one seat, I mean, this is what he's saying. So, but I'm specifically, you have to give specifics so that way we can find out what's going on.
You
All
want
right,
recipient on the
so-
street cleaner, or you want recipient on the people that open? That's
Well,
two.
both, that's an enforcement issue, so, Mr. BA, we could, if you can just, give the information to Mr. BA and to the director.
I don't want to get this information, nothing get done.
So how do you
I
want us
will
to
come
handle it?
back. And when I come back next time, what I'll
Okay.
be saying on this thing,
Council
you ain't gonna
President.
like it.
Okay, okay. Madam Clerk, please.
Next speaker. Madam President, next speaker. Next speaker is Mr. Glover.
Okay. Yeah, but, you know.
Come on up, DPW. It's Glover and DPW.
I'm there at 1 o'clock in the
Gregory Glover, 175 North 7th, Paterson, New Jersey. Good evening, Council.
Can you state your name again?
Gregory Glover, 175 North 7th Street, Paterson.
Okay.
Good evening. We are here tonight because we want to recognize Councilwoman Mims for the outstanding job that she done, for recognizing us on the hard work that we do when other people, they just look past us. And you got to remember, we DPW, if we don't do anything, nothing gets done. And for what she did, that uplifted her and Councilwoman Cotton came and they served us. They gave us lunch. That impressed us so much. We just want to come down here and show our appreciation for what she did. We got a plaque for you, Councilwoman Mims. And it reads, presented to Councilwoman Lalisa Mims. We appreciate you recognizing the hard work we do each and every day. Thank you for showing your love to us on behalf of Paterson DPW, Local 2272. It was made May 7th. We truly appreciate it. I want to say we truly appreciate that because we are overlooked so many times in this city. And we don't get what we deserve sometimes, but we know negotiations is coming up. And we will be standing and fighting for what we deserve. It's been too many years. I'm the new president, and we're going to fight for what we rightfully deserve. So thank you, Councilwoman Mims. I'll bring this to you, and we love you.
Thank you.
Council
Mr.
President.
Glover, just so you know the negotiations are done through the administration, right?
We know that.
Okay. Are you
Yeah,
just
and-
making
Council
sure?
President.
I just,
Council President.
What, wait.
I just want to say.
Go receive your plaque.
Okay, and duly, we normally don't do this, but just for the record, Mr. Glover, because I don't think we've had much interaction, I am sure that if this council
Yep.
would have known that they were doing a breakfast, I am sure we would have been there as well. I can speak for myself, all right? So I don't want you to think that this council overlooks the DPW committee, because I'm sure that the director can speak on how this council as a whole does work very hard to make sure that you have what is needed. Excuse me, who's speaking?
Council President, let me be clear. I don't have to let the council know when I'm using my own money.
Oh,
to
no.
make sure
Nobody
that-
said-
But let me be clear. I didn't use council money. I didn't ask for donations. This was my own money. So if I didn't invite the council, it was my prerogative. It was something that I identified by the work that you guys are doing.
Amen.
And it wasn't personal not to invite the council. It had nothing to do with the council, nothing against the council. It was just coming in new as a new council person, almost a year in, most of you standing here, and to all our other DPW workers, it's not something that I heard about. I come in the trenches with you guys.
Yes.
I don't just call you and say something is happening. I meet you at locations. I see what you're doing, tirelessly over and over and over and over again. Didn't do a breakfast for you, I did lunch, right? To make sure that you saw it was nothing against any council person. My thoughts always are to give people their flowers while they can smell them. And I wanted to make sure that you know that as a new council person, number one, I appreciate you helping to train and to educate me on the process, because there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Where's our director, Billy? He knows. I ask questions. If it's not DPW, he directs me where it is. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate, I didn't just do it for DPW, I did it for our secretaries the very next day, right? And our clerks, the very next day, to show them love for Administrative Professionals Day. But this was out of my heart, myself and Councilwoman Cotton. It wasn't anything against the council members. It's just that I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate all of our workers, but you guys are in the trenches, and you are Patersonians.
Amen.
And so I just want to show that to you. Thank you so much for even thinking of me, because I didn't do it to receive anything.
Right.
The Bible says it's more blessed to give than it is to receive.
Right.
So I appreciate, I love you, I honor you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say that I know, because I'm in the trenches too with you. I see you out there at 12 o'clock at night, Tahi, picking up garbage, putting it in the truck. So I know how hard you guys work. And that's why when you see me, no matter where I'm at in the city, I always throw that smile on you guys to let you know that I do care for you. And I will stop what I'm doing just to say a few words. And I find that is so important to do that. No matter where I'm at, I'll stop and talk. So I know that you guys work hard. We appreciate you. And I tell you one thing, you got to negotiate a new contract. There's 19 of y'all contracts coming up
All
this
right.
year. So
Thank you so
I love
much,
you,
Councilwoman.
DPW guys. And you know I'm out there with y'all. So I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Thank you very
You're
much.
you're gonna still receive
There's
my
no
piece
more.
on winter.
Okay,
That's okay.
thank you.
Oh,
Thank you
wait,
very-
no, it was no disrespect to nobody on the council, because, Louis, Mike, McCoy, y'all all do good for us.
Yes,
But you still have your opportunity, because we still gonna be working, so you still can give us that lunch and that breakfast.
That's
Have a
okay.
good night.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. I think the next speaker was Reverend Robinson. I think he left, right?
All right, he's gone.
Okay,
Next speaker, please.
is Mr. Collins Garland.
Do we have a Mr. Collins?
Yeah.
No? Yeah, okay. Do I have a Mr. Collins? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Council President, council members, City Clerk, and Mr. BA, and Corporation Council, good night, and thank you for allowing us to share your platform. I'm from Paterson Relay for Life of Paterson.
Can you speak a
And-
little bit into the, I can't hear you.
Is it on?
Yeah.
No, okay, I gotta come closer.
Can we, where's our officer? Can he please close the door?
Again, council members, Mr. BA, Corporation Council, the City Clerk, and everyone in front of me, I want to say thank you, Council President, again, for allowing us to share this platform. I'm the chairperson for Paterson Relay for Life. We've been doing this for 8 years, and we need our recognition too, just like DPW just did. So that's why we're here, to let people know what we're about and why we're in the city. Now, the city of Paterson is not unique. They're not immune from cancer. It's a disease that knows no bounds. And for 8 years, we've been out here trying to bring awareness, trying to bring support, trying to let people that are suffering from the disease and those that's helping them know that they're not alone. So what we're asking now is for the city of Paterson to help us so we can know that we're not alone. That's why we're here. It's a small group, but it's a lot larger, and we're expecting to get a lot bigger with the support. So for the people out there that's listening to us, the event coming up this year is June 1st. We'll have vendors there, we'll have sponsors, but we need more, especially from the city of Paterson. So if there's anything you can help us with, any type of support you could give us to make the city of Paterson better and greater, we do appreciate it. So we're here today to let you know that we're here and we need your help, we need your support from everyone in front of us. Thank you. Now, anyone?
Thank you. Thank you. So you said the Paterson Relay for, Mr. Collins?
I'm sorry.
So the Paterson Relay for Life is June 1st, what time?
June 1st. This year, usually it's from 11 to 7, but this year we want to go a little bit later. With permission, of course, we already signed up for that. It's going to be from 1 to 8.
And where's the location?
Pennington Park.
Okay, and you've already put in all your permits and your application and everything?
Yes.
Okay. Madam
So
Clerk?
that's never a problem. The permits
No,
are
I
never
know.
an issue.
I'm only because, you're saying June 1st. We got one workshop, we have one.
No, it doesn't, I think the process changed, Madam Clerk, if you could, I usually do that, but I think the process changed where we don't need to bring it here, we just need to take it to DPW.
Okay,
So that's-
DPW permit, okay.
Right, so that's done. We're just looking for the support. For past years, I've been coming down here diligently and dropping off invitation letters, and I haven't gotten a response back. So this year, I personally want to come here and invite you and ask for your support.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Collins. Thank you.
And we're also looking for people to sign up. We need teams, because we don't have that many teams, but they are coming along, but we ask that people who are watching, if you want to come, just sign up for teams, please.
And you could go on our Facebook page too. It's Paterson Relay for Life, and just ask us to accept your friendship. We're welcome to accept anyone.
Okay, thank you
We're
so
open.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Martha.
No.
No, I don't know if they're part of the group.
Yes, we're all part of
Oh, so is Martha, Doris, are they together?
Yes, we're together.
Okay, they're all together,
One group.
okay.
We're all together.
Go ahead.
We're all together.
Yes, I just want to say good evening, council members, council president.
Good
My name
evening.
is Sarah Moody. I live at 26 Emerson Avenue, Paterson. I just want to say that cancer is non-discriminatory. It doesn't matter your age, your sex, your race, your social status. It affects everyone. And when a patient gets a diagnosis of cancer, it sends shockwaves through their life. And not only their life, but the life of their family and their loved ones. So we need you to go back into your wards and spread this information, because on Relay, we partner with St. Joe's Hospital. We have some oncology doctors who are speaking that day. We have information to give to those suffering with cancer. We have people in Paterson, cancer patients that don't make their appointments because they don't have the money to get to their appointments or the transportation. But that shouldn't happen, because there is means for them to get to their appointments. We have women who have lost their hair, who can't afford to get wigs. We will get wigs for these people, for the patients. And so this information has to go out. There's testing for prostate cancer. There's testing for colorectal cancer. All of this through St. Joe's partnerships. We have to partner together throughout the city. There should not be an empty seat in Pennington Park on the day of June 1st. It should be packed from residents of Paterson and Passaic County. So we need your help to get this word out and to get the help that the patients need in the city of Paterson and the county. Thank you.
Thank you. And June 1st is a Saturday or Sunday? Saturday? Okay. Okay.
Hi, my name is Thomasina Carter.
Is she, Madam Clerk, she's part of the group as well? You signed up as well?
Yes, we're one.
No, I know. I just wanted, because she has to call them off.
What is her name?
Thomasina Carter?
No, it's under my name.
It's under his.
Right, we're a group, Paterson Relay for Life.
Okay, I'll let you speak, Ms. Carter, but just so you know, there's always one speaker to the group, but go ahead.
Thank you. We're having a health and fitness event Saturday.
This Saturday?
This Saturday at Don Bosco. It's from 12 to 3 p.m. And if you guys can make it, we would love to see you. My mom and my sister passed from cancer. My mother was the best woman ever. She served on different committees in Paterson. Her name was Jane Campbell. Years ago, she always was in the community, and I'm in the community as well. As you guys know, you see my face everywhere. But I would love for you guys to come out Saturday. I'm getting emotional. From 12 to 3, Mother's Day just passed. It's only been 2.5 years. I'm still in and out, but I cope. So if, it would be lovely for me to see you guys, your faces, please, on Saturday from 12 to 3. We need your support whenever. Thank you.
Don Bosco, yes. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Miss Martha. Is Miss Martha here? I'm not sure of her last name. And next,
Good
oh,
evening.
she's there.
My name is Martha Lencevia. I live at 333 20th Avenue. I'm a Fifth Ward resident for 42 years at that house. I don't want to take up my 3 minutes, but
Sabrina.
there is a petition for all of you to have. I have over 200 people that signed regarding 21st Avenue. I'm here over the article number 11 that was never read tonight, turning 21st Avenue into a one-way.
Can you speak into the
Okay.
microphone better?
I'm sorry. So I have a petition, over 200 residents have signed this petition stating that they don't want 21st Avenue being turned into a one-way because it's going to affect their quality of life, especially at the senior towers. There's been 2 meetings on behalf of changing 21st Avenue. Number one, it was a business meeting, and the second one was a School 16 about 3 weeks ago, which I attended, and all the residents, whether it was 6th Ward or 5th Ward, did not know about it. There was not even 50 people there. So the residents are not thrilled with the fact of converting 21st Avenue just for parking. You know, the business owners, when they rented the space, they're aware of the parking situation. The residents' quality of life are affected. Madison Avenue is an entrance to Paterson, and it's also an exit out of Paterson. So you're supposed to come into Paterson and be able to spurt all throughout Paterson, not your first encounter of your first street. Already you're in a one-way, backing up traffic into a situation jam. That's number one. Number two, they did a survey. Survey, 20th Avenue cannot have a speed bump. By no means, because I've tried, has Neighborhood Watch, and they said no, because it's a fire hazard. The fire department, that's a main road for the fire department to go through. So no speed bumps are allowed on 20th Avenue. So there's an article that I gave everybody a copy of, which is in the paper, and they talked about putting a speed bump in front of the senior towers. There's over 800 seniors that won't be able to cross the street. Also, traffic gets really backed up on 20th Avenue where I live. The survey wasn't done on 20th Avenue between 21st Street and 20th, accidents. No one looked up how many accidents occurred there on a constant basis. Or 20th Avenue and 19th Street. Council President, you know of that. There's always accidents on that corner now. So imagine more traffic being thrown into 20th Avenue. That's just unacceptable. That's what I got. Thank you.
Council President? Use the microphone. Use the microphone.
We're together.
1 minute, 1 minute. Madam Clerk, who's the next speaker? I don't know if you guys, did you all sign up?
Yeah, I signed, but we're together.
Okay, no, I know. I just want to be able, she has to take you
Okay.
off the list, so if we don't know, she has to call it out.
William Priestley.
Okay.
What is his name?
William Prisley.
Okay, just put
Priestley.
your name into the record.
Bill Prisley,
You
William
please-
Priestley.
William Breesley?
Priestley.
Priestley.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam President, I live at 195 20th Ave. You've seen me here before fighting for the seniors. Okay, I even had a jacket made for senior citizens because we're going to fight back. For the last 3 or 4 years, even before this, I have worked with Mr. Velez working on safety there. We have put crosswalks, which was never there for many years. This way the senior citizens can cross 20th Ave. We put slow down signs up there. We put stop signs up there. The problem is, if we have 21st Ave, all that traffic is going to come back to 20th Ave, which you people have not seen on 20th Ave between 8:30 and 9:30 in the morning. It's a mess. And at 3:30 to 5:30, you can't get down 20th Ave. So imagine if we have 21st Ave
with angled parking, and plus the trucks have to unload there, what's gonna happen? The fire engines every day come past our building at least 10 times a day. That's a main route for the police department also for the ambulances. So if we have more traffic there, I don't know how the people are gonna get, the ambulances are gonna get to the people. I really can't understand this. And it's really gonna cause a hazard for our seniors right here behind me. They're handicapped, a lot of them. If I have to, I'll bring 200 handicap in here. They can't cross that street because they're scared of getting hit by a car every day. And I've been going on with this, Mr. Velez, for 2 years. We need more protection for the seniors there. It's really bad. And we put cameras up there. The camera's good. The only camera's good for is that you have to have the time when the incidents happened. We had in the past 6 people get hit by hit and runs. Nobody made no issue out of that. I mean, this is really dangerous. And Mr. Velez brought in speed signs the other 2 weeks ago with the sheriff's department. Nobody's paying attention to them. They're speeding up more. So something's got to be done. I talked to Mr. The chief of police, and I also talked to the commissioner of police, Jerry. He said he's going to try to get motorcycle cops out there to stop this. But something's got to be done. We can't have 21st Ave as a one-way. It's going to ruin us. Okay, we need protection.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Ms. Doris Whitaker. Doris?
Doris?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I also live on 20th Ave. I live in a private home. And I'm handicapped. Sometimes I want to go in my driveway. It's hard to get in my driveway. I'm sorry. It's hard to get in my driveway sometimes because of traffic. If I park on the street, I also have handicap parking in front of my home. If I park on the street, sometimes I can't get out from my parking space because of traffic. And I just have this sincere, deep feeling that the traffic is going to get worse with this change. And then we have children coming from school. I don't have children in school, but I have been out there watching how the children come from school. And children are not always doing and saying and behaving like they're supposed to, not saying, but behaving as they're supposed to. They just start out and go across the street. Is it going to be more traffic? Is that going to be a danger for the children? And there's quite a few senior citizens that live in that block. Quite a few, because I know most of them. What is going to happen with us?
Okay.
I understand that they need to make a livelihood, but we also need to live safely ourselves. And I'm really perplexed about the rationale behind this.
Okay.
Councilman
Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to thank for the residents coming out here, letting their voices be heard, and I just want to make it very clear, and I am the sponsor of this ordinance. The safety of the residents on 20th Ave was taken into consideration, and I want to state the facts, so maybe that wasn't shared with the residents on 20th Ave. Once we met to design this reconfiguration, and this is not something that the council reconfigured. This were the traffic engineers of the city and the Paterson Parking Authority, separate engineers that did the studies and proposed this solution. We all understand in the city of Paterson there is a traffic flow issue on 21st Ave and 20th Ave. The hours that you guys just stated that on 20th Ave is congested by the senior housing that Mr. Presley stated is because there's a school right across the street. So we're in a congested area. So this traffic reconfiguration puts the safety of 20th Ave in there. The speed humps, Mr. Presley stated, you put the lines, you did the stop signs, you did the street signs, the sheriff's department, and they didn't. They're not following it right now, the commuters. So the parking authority And with this plan is gonna put 2 speed humps, so they can't go through there. That's in the plans, and Sabrina, do you have the pictures? There's pictures that they'll share that I didn't print these pictures out. This is what the engineer has recommended for 20th Ave, a speed table. The pedestrian, if you could give it to some of the residents also, we'll share on the council.
Yeah, but 20th
Council President, there's no, Council President. So the safety was taken into considerations by the professionals. What I looked at this plan is how do we enhance the traffic flow and how do we enhance pedestrian safety? Right now, you said the safety of your residents in that building is not good, and I agree with you. So this plan enhances the safety for the pedestrians from the recommendations that the traffic engineer, when he sent this to us, he said, we have to do this because they've been complaining for 10 years about that area. So I want to just let you finish what the facts were with what's over there. So this plan allows us to enhance the safety on 20th Ave. Now, you guys are saying more cars are going to come on 20th Ave because 21st Ave is going to be westerly now. So you ask yourself, where are the cars going to go that want to go easterly from Summer Street that are at 21st Ave and Summer Street? The city, which I'm going to propose, the city should put signage diverting the traffic to go on. So if I'm at that light on Summer Street and 21st Ave, and I want to get to 21st Ave, instead of making a left on Summer, then a right on 20th Ave, which some of you I think it's going to occur, we should divert the traffic to make a right on Beckwith, go through State, drive along Route 80, take the jug handle out of Madison Ave, and you'll be on 21st Ave in about a minute. And this is the traffic engineers. The traffic engineers have taken all that into consideration. Right now, the reason why, and you can look at it the other way, sir, the reason why that people go to 20th Ave is because they're cutting through the 21st Ave traffic. East 19th Street and 20th Ave is a mess because people that are sitting going easterly bound don't want to wait at the light on Madison Ave. They make a left on East 19th and they want to go that way. So what I'm trying to say is we have a problem. For 42 years or whatever years everyone says, there's been an issue about that. One of the things that I want to do...
These pictures are not even 20th Avenue, North 21st Avenue.
They're not... So just to make it clear, these pictures are not in Paterson. These pictures are what they're going to put on 20th Ave. So that speed hump is an image of what's going to be on 20th Ave.
Council President.
Council President, may I finish? Council President, may I finish?
One moment, please. Well, you have to give him 1 moment. Let the councilman finish.
So I'm just going to let you state the facts that the people, the safety of 20th Ave was taken into consideration. We have an issue, a traffic flow issue. We could keep the status quo. The residents on 20th Ave, like you stated, still can't cross the street. Even if we don't make any changes, can't do this, can't do that. This is supposed to enhance pedestrian safety from the recommendations of the experts. This wasn't my recommendation.
Sir, 1 second. I'm going to allow you an opportunity to address him. Let him finish. We're going to allow the young lady to finish. You're trying to bully her.
Yeah.
You're bullying her platform. Just give her a moment.
And
we'll let Councilman finish addressing her, and then let her finish.
So the plan is to divert the cars away from 20th Ave that are trying to come easterly bound where it's a one-way now. That you can go through Beckwood, through the industrial area, abut Route 80, take the Madison Ave exit, and come onto 21st Ave. This isn't for the businesses. This isn't for the businesses. All the side streets that you just spoke about, State Street, Martin Street, those residents want this plan because people that come shopping on 21st Ave take the parking spots in the residential areas. These parking spots are not just for businesses. These parking spots are for the residents. And if we don't do anything, we're all going to still sit here and complain. And one of the things that I want to do is try something different. If we continue doing the same thing, and everyone here, for 40 years I've heard 20th Ave is congested. For 40 years I heard 21st Ave is congested. We could all sit on our hands and do nothing about it, or we could try something that many municipalities, progressive municipalities, that are going to try something, and if it doesn't work, and then you see how it goes from there. We may come back, and Councilman Velez, which gave a suggestion, said, why don't we make 20th Ave one way? Hey, if that's what it's about, that's what you want to bring to the table, and that's the discussion, we need to try something differently. And I just want to make it very clear to the residents in the 20th Ave area, 21st Ave, this reconfiguration not only allows more parking, but enhances the safety, the pedestrian safety for the residents on 20th Ave.
Council President, when you get a chance.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I want to give the young lady an opportunity to finish.
Well, all I can say at this point is, it would be so very nice if folks would come when school gets out. Traffic is tremendous. We have teachers leaving the city of Paterson, going to Route 80. We have children, abundance of children trying to get home. I wish all of you would come through there, especially after school is let out. And you see the traffic with the teachers trying to get out of Dodge. They may work in the city of Paterson, but they get out of the city of Paterson, and traffic is horrendous. I myself, I have my own private home, I have a driveway, and I have handicap parking in front of my house. I have a choice. Sometimes, if I don't come from the opposite direction, I can't even go in my driveway, because these folks want to go, go, go. Do us a favor. Come through there in the afternoon and see how you would feel. And then now we're going to have more traffic in some form or another. I don't believe it's going to make less. I believe it's going to make more. And in fairness to, I'm a senior citizen. You have other senior citizens who are, we have senior citizens that live in that 2-block radius between Madison Avenue and 21st Ave. 21st Street, I'm sorry. There's quite a few senior citizens in there. Help us. You may mean well, but you don't live there. You don't live on that street. And it's not fair. As it is, traffic is horrendous there. And it's not fair to have to make more traffic some form or another, just to satisfy the property owners for the stores to have their businesses enhanced. We have lives, and we have homes, and we have families also. And I would like those to be respected. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much.
Councilman.
I'll allow you another opportunity.
The only thing I have to say to the 6th Ward Councilman and to Mr. Velez, 3 years ago, before our councilman got on, Andre Sayed, our mayor, worked with me to get speed bumps and turtles, okay? We were denied by the city and the fire department at that time, because, by the ambulance drivers, because with the ambulance, somebody in the back will be bouncing up. Now, 2 years ago, Mr. Velez and I brought this up, and we were denied again. Am I right or wrong?
That's correct.
So I don't know where the speed bumps all of a sudden came in.
And when I gave my chance to talk when the president gave me, so I explained why.
So, before Councilman Velez, we give you a moment, right? So what exactly would you like to see? I mean, first of all,
I would have liked to see the speed bumps in there.
Okay, so this plan has, because I think that there's a misconception in the community that speed bumps are not allowed. First of all, speed bumps are not allowed. It's the
Right.
speed humps
Right.
that are allowed. The issue is the city, that we do not have the wherewithal to pay for speed humps citywide. If the councilman has done his due diligence and worked out an opportunity for the parking authority to pay for them, then what we want to do is make sure that you, the residents, are getting what you're looking for. So first thing, you guys have to become a part of the conversation. You have to become
right.
A part of the planning conversation with this to give your input on what exactly you would like to see. Because just like the young lady said, you guys are the ones who live there. We all travel the route.
Right.
We all frequent the route. We know the congestion. In fact, that area is not unique to any other area in the city of Paterson. Every main thoroughfare from Grand Street, Main Street, Broadway, Union Ave, Wayne Avenue, Redwood, all the streets are identical. They're very much so crowded.
I know, I lived there for 72 years on that street.
So I would have to say, I have to commend the councilman for being, trying to get in front of it to actually make some type of change. But we want to make sure that the change is going to coincide with the things that you guys are desirous of as well. Mostly because this is an action that will come before the council, so we have an opportunity to make sure that we get it right. And you guys have to be a part of the conversation. You just said several times, something has to be done. So what is the something? You're saying that there's an issue there. What is the something that you would like to see done?
Well, if we can get the speed bumps, that's one solved problem.
Okay, so
If-
this
if-
plan.
I don't know if we can or not.
This plan does have the speed humps, which it shows in the
But
photographs.
it's not gonna solve, the problem is it's not gonna solve the issue of them crossing the street if there's traffic. But,
Well, there's
okay.
also a plan to bump out the sidewalk to extend the pedestrian walkway so that it squeezes the road down to make the cross a little shorter.
Let me ask you.
It's being done in a lot of other surrounding communities. You see the bump out corners so that the cross isn't as long.
Let me ask you a good question, and this would solve a lot of problems. On Martin Street by St. Stephen's Church, you know that area, 20th and Martin, there was a red light there. It's been there for years. It's a school crossing zone, okay? Why couldn't we turn around and make the crossing zone and put the light by us?
Well, since that's in the fifth, that's a discussion that definitely can be had.
You know what I'm saying? It would solve a lot of problems. Then we can go along with it.
Very good. So, Councilman, can you please?
Yes,
make a
please.
brief-
Thank you, Council President, and I just want to, not to delay this subject a lot, but I'm going to speak by reality. We have 200-something signature here, and not all of them are from the 5th Ward. We got residents from the 6th Ward opposing this plan, okay? And I read I saw the addresses of them. That's one thing. Second, the pictures that they're showing, no matter what, is not the 20th Avenue. We cannot bring this because we cannot bring those mountains back to the 20th Avenue. So the thing I have a problem here is that on 20th Avenue, we have 4 traffic lights that 21st Avenue do not have. 4 traffic lights that 21st Avenue do not have. We have a school zone that all the way around that 20th Avenue that 21st Avenue do not have. We have New Jersey Transit bus route that stretch that they want to put one way do not have. We had 2 firehouse in between these streets, 20 and 21st Avenue. One is in Getty Avenue, one is in Madison Avenue. The last time we was discussing this, okay, and I was clear enough to ask for a written report of opinion of the fire department chief, okay, and thanks God he's here. He was in here, but I hope he received that request because safety is a must. A lot of people have to understand that 20th Avenue on 21st Avenue, making it two-way, make it accessible for emergency responders going to Route 80 and around the city. And that's a must. Safety is a must. I see here that, and I discussed this with the chairman of Public Works, that I see 2 ordinances, 9 and 10, addressing the problem of 21st Avenue. I don't see an ordinance addressing the problems of 20th Avenue, okay? And that creates a concern because whatever he could say, the councilman say that the parking authority is going to do this. I didn't know the parking authority could rule on our street just like that. So that's a legal thing that I had to look. Now, if this happens, I don't see nothing in the wording of this ordinance that say that 20th Avenue is going to have speed humps, is going to have a traffic light. The which of us is to put a light in the middle of the senior citizen? The state law says you cannot have 3 traffic lights, one after the other, less than a block. That's why you cannot have that, because you already have a traffic light in one end, you have another traffic in the other side. It's not a rocket science to say traffic study. Traffic study only is talking. I read all the traffic study that the parking authority gave is only talking about 21st Avenue. And they're not talking about 20th Avenue. Yes, they recommend that 20th Avenue is on the other side and everything's going to be alleviated to 20th Avenue. Now, my concern is, and you, Mr. Presley, and the residents of the 5th Ward that are here, understand that it's not news for me what the regarding of the safety in the area. I spoke to the chairman of Public Works that this is recommended to send it back to committee to take a deep conversation on it, not just think in one piece of 21st Avenue, to think about the surrounding area. Because after it's done, it's done. And then I don't want to hear the liability that's going to happen if a fire occur, if somebody want to come with an ambulance through there, okay, and because it's jammed, because we got 4 traffic lights on 20th Avenue, plus traffic is already there, then we're going to be liable because the ambulance did not make it on time to a place. So
Councilman,
my
first up,
recommendation
I
is...
ask you to be respectful and keep it brief. I mean, there's other people that would like to speak on the item as well.
Well, I thank you.
Council President, and with all due respect, I keep it brief and on point, and that's my thought. I requested traffic study, not only in 21st Avenue, Mr. Chairman.
Duly noted.
21st Avenue, I requested a study from the fire department and their opinion, and make sure that it works for everyone around in the city. As I stated in that meeting, the city of Paterson is a heavily traffic road. It's not just thinking in one section and thinking of the city.
Councilwoman Mims.
Well, I thank you very much for
Council President, so let me start off by saying that I'm not saying that it's not a great project. I'm not saying that, it's a bad project. I have a few concerns. One, at last week's meeting on Tuesday, I made an open request to receive the traffic study, because one of the things that we have to be very careful of is making decisions without having expert opinions weigh in on what will happen if this is approved on 21st Ave. How will it affect 20th Ave, the smaller streets? The other concern I talked about was fire, police. What happens when our first responders are trying to get through because of this new proposal that we're proposing? So I made the request last Tuesday, and I'm glad we're here to put on public record. I received the traffic study today at 3:00 p.m., and the meeting is at 7. This is the stack of what was received. To go over, to analyze, to make a sound decision regarding if this is feasible for residents of the 5th and 6th Ward, because both will be impacted. So I asked the question, and I called our engineer, who's Mr. Chow, to get clarity on what was in this document. I was told by Mr. Chow that he did not do this study. It was done by the parking authority, that he didn't do it. Hung Chow is our in-house professional. I mean, he's outsourced, but he works for the city. And I asked him, so I reached out to find out about the study, when was it done? I found out today that there was a study done back in January to talk about the traffic on 21st Ave at Summer Street and Beckwith Ave, 21st Ave at Madison, 20th Ave at Summer, 20th Ave at Madison. The reason why I made all of these calls is because over the weekend I received numerous calls from residents that were concerned about this proposal, about what would happen, and it was seniors. They were all seniors that were going to be affected by this proposal. So in my conversation, my one-on-one with Councilman Al, I just said, I know there was a town hall in the 6th Ward, right? Al, we talked to that, Councilman Al, and I said, I think it would be feasible to do a town hall in the 5th Ward because you will be impacted. It's only just common courtesy so that there is a discussion, and I know we're asking, what do you recommend? But you're just one person We have several other people here. We have 200 signatures, and then other people that are not even here or have not signed. And we need to make sure before we move forward on a project that will impact so many people, that we have to, people were allowed to speak longer. So I'm gonna reclaim my time, as Maxine Waters says. So we have to make sure that we hear the business owners as well as listen to the residents with the concerns from the 6th and the 5th Ward, because I'm not saying don't do it. I just want to make sure that whatever we do, that our experts, Hung Chow, have reviewed it after it was done through the Parking Authority study, but I want to make sure that I get a chance to review it. This was given at 3 o'clock today. I made a request. It was sent to all the council members today at the same exact time at 3. Not saying that they didn't see it before, I don't know. But today, I got this at 3 o'clock, and I have it with me so everyone will see that that's what time it was given. But a study was done in January. I've been on the council since July 1st of last year, and this is my first time seeing it. So
Okay,
those
Councilwoman.
are the concerns I have. I just want to make sure, especially when residents have a concern and you present your concern, we have to make sure that we do our due diligence as council members to make sure, and I'm at large, so I don't have to say I can only speak for the 1st Ward or the 5th or 6th. I can speak for the whole city. I was elected to be an at-large council person. So I want to make sure that the 6th Ward residents, the 5th Ward, and anybody that calls up Madison Ave, all of these people, there is whatever the recommendation is that comes together from all the meetings, that we come to a reasonable conclusion. And I think by not having that meeting in the 5th Ward, I think we're going to leave some valuable information out. And I was told that in the meeting in the 6th Ward, there was only about 26 people there. So that does not represent the totality of the 5th and the 6th
Councilwoman, I'm
Ward.
going to ask you, 3 times I've asked, can you please wrap it up?
I'm wrapping it. So I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence as a council and our committees to make sure. I want to hear the 5th Ward. I think we should go to Governor Towers. We should have a meeting in the 5th Ward at maybe one of the schools. Let's hear what the 5th Ward residents are saying. Maybe have the 6th Ward residents come as well. The people that want it, people that have issues, come together and find a reasonable or rational decision that could be appeased by both sides, and then we can make a sound decision on whatever this project will come about. Thank
Council
you.
President,
Okay.
Council President, just,
Councilman Abdelaziz, and then this is it?
Yes.
Okay?
Thank
We
you.
are going to move to the next
I just
speaker.
want to let the record reflect for the residents of the 5th Ward, and I have to let the residents of the 5th Ward understand this. I have a protocol procedure that as a 6th Ward councilman, I don't dabble in other people's wards. So you guys are in the 5th Ward. For me, I don't go in other wards and hold town halls. That's not my title. I represent the 6th Ward. The 5th Ward councilman knew about this project about a month and a half ago, and now at the 11th hour, Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez are a day late and $1 short, and they want to come here and say that
I
we
am
have to
not-
hold.
let me tell you-
we have to
wait,
hold-
no, 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 no,
We
no.
have to hold the
Councilman
town hall.
Abdelaziz has the
Councilman,
floor. Councilman
Councilman
Abdelaziz
Velez,
has the floor.
Councilman Velez knew about this. He's
Mr.
your representative. He's your representative, and to come say the town halls that we had in the 6th Ward. I actually had 4 meetings with my constituents, starting off in July.
Well,
So don't come here and say that
Councilman-
we only had 26.
Yes, go ahead.
So I have a protocol. In other wards, I don't go there. I'm not a councilman at large. So the councilman from the 5th Ward knew about this for about a month and a half, and that's his prerogative how he wants to handle it. And that's the
No,
truth.
there's no more. We're not-
Councilman
because-
Al, let me be clear.
No, wait. I'm going to say this.
Yeah, just put
Everyone has their back and forth, and you all know that this is not what we're supposed to do.
Right.
Once the public speaks, there is no rebuttal. There's no back and forth. Once you speak, you've made your point. Now, this is all I'm going to say, because I can say it, because I am a councilwoman at large, and I've been here, and I got reelected, and I got the highest votes. And guess what? 5 years ago, we started this conversation, and we have asked for reports, and we have had different meetings. So I gave, and I yield to the councilman of the 6th Ward, who brought it back and was able to muster up not only just the businesses, but have different town hall meetings within his ward, because the great impact would be in the 6th Ward, although there is some impact. So today here, we're listening to you. We're not saying we're going to be this is going to be deaf to ears, but Okay, we are going to take a stance on this. And any council member who feels that they got their report at the 5th hour and they feel that they want to vote it down, they have the right to do that because their vote is theirs. But today we will proceed with going forward, either voting this up or voting it down, okay? Yes, and you know what, and we're hearing you and you're on record as well. I just want you to know you are all on record. So I
with me, and nobody knew anything about it.
okay.
So.
All right,
that
thank
goes
you,
for a
Martha,
town
thank you
hall
very
meeting.
much. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker,
Yes,
please.
Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Rucker.
Mr. Rucker, ma'am,
Mr. Rucker?
Say, I'm in the 6th Ward. I knew nothing about none of the meetings, and I'm a person who gets involved when things are going on. So I just wanted to go on record to say, I'm not 5th Ward speaking, I'm 6th Ward speaking.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Mr. Rucker?
Ernest Rucker Paterson. I was not going to say nothing about the 21st Avenue situation. After listening to what I just heard, and you know, me and you've been friends a long time, you can't ram down the throats of seniors what you want to do when you want to do it. There's no emergency for this to be done tonight. There's no emergency on 21st Avenue if you do not decide tonight that you cannot move next week or the following week. What is the rush? I'm watching faces here, watching attitudes. What is the rush? Bring the 5th Ward together with the 6th Ward, get things straight, and move it forward. Do the right thing for a change. Do the right thing. Let's take the politics out of this tonight and do the right things for the citizens of Paterson. How long are we going to play games with seniors and other people in this city and not involve them in the process? The process is built for us to be involved in. I've been doing this a very long time, but what I saw tonight kind of disgusted me. You use this out, this has nothing to do with 21st Ave. Nothing. It is time that we start doing what we're supposed to do by law. Bring your people together. You can vote on this next week or the following week and still get your up vote or your down vote. But these people have been brought into the process. They will at least understand what's going on. They're scared right now. I met with a few today. They don't have no idea what's going on. You got people 60, 70, 80 years old that you're ignoring their pleas. And some of you that are, and all of you at large, you run for the city. You don't want to have seniors against you. You don't want to have their kids against you in re-elections. You need to understand that we do have a certain diligence here. I think that 21st Ave needs to have a study, needs to be corrected. But we're doing it the wrong way tonight. We're doing it the wrong way. Councilor Velez, you know I don't agree with you too often anyway, right? We talk by phone, I don't always agree. But tonight, he is correct. We're moving too fast. Let your seniors have a peace of mind. Let them know what the real plan is. We don't know what the plan is yet. And it's time that we understood what the impact is truly going to be. And I did my due diligence today. I reached out to Tony Perez and several council people and the seniors involved. See, I did it right. I involved everybody. And in closing, let me say again, it's easy to sit there and talk about being council people and ignore the community when they sit up here praying that you listen to them. These seniors need to be listened to. And tonight, I hope, I'm going to sit here and see how much you do listen to them.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Commissioner Shepperson.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I'm here to speak to Council President Maritza Davila, Council at Large Elisa Mims, Council of the Fourth Ward Ruby County, and Corporation Council. On behalf of Dr. Mary Gardner, CEO of Paterson Community Health Center, she's having a post-Mother's Day event Friday, and she has invited each and every one of you to come. So it's Friday, May 17th at 3 o'clock. Everything is free, and she would love to see your presence there. I have your invitations here, ladies, so.
Thank you very much. For the record, did you see the sign up?
Oh, yes. I want to thank Council President. Thank you, Councilwoman Dr. Lisa Menz at Large. Thank you. Thank you for putting my father's sign back up.
So just so you know, okay, there's gonna be some more filming. It will come down, but DPW, Mr. Jackson, he knows it's gonna come down, okay, for the filming, and it will go back up.
Okay, thank you very much, and have a good evening.
All right, you
Council.
too. Thank you. Councilwoman, Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, next speaker is Geraldine McClyde. Geraldine.
Next speaker, please.
Martha White.
She already spoke.
Maddie Baker.
Next speaker.
Maria.
Next speaker.
Amar.
Next speaker.
Elvis Durham.
I came up here to speak about my birthday celebration. I hope I have enough time, but I want to speak about this circus that was going on just now. We got a lot of stuff about to come on the table for the city of Paterson. Y'all got to start working together. 6th Ward, 5th Ward. Y'all got personal matters, keep it out here. The city got to grow. Enough is enough. This city was behind for years. Now we got a mayor. We finally got a mayor in the city of Paterson. We finally got a good council that's working together. Continue to work together. I mean, not only Paterson see this, it's over 25,000 people. You on YouTube, people see this. And people from out of town laughing. They call us circus, they call us clowns. And some of y'all say, I'm the slow one? Come on, y'all. Grow up. Time to move the city forward. I have a birthday celebration coming up, y'all. This Saturday, May 18, at Jacksonville on 36 Marshall Street. The doors open at 3:30 p.m. The concert starts at 4 o'clock p.m. And my special guest is Ashley Motley and Tiffany McCushion. And it's only $10 to get in, and food is very reasonable. Y'all come with an empty stomach and buy some food. Okay, this is for the mayor department. I want to say something. I respect everybody. I respect the mayor. I respect the city council. We have an opportunity. Mayor Andre say, I know you're watching. You have an opportunity to do something that Joey Torres couldn't do. Jeffrey Jones couldn't do. I'm talking about to bring a hotel to the city of Paterson, New Jersey, and a professional arena. It's nothing to think about. Just all you got to do is give the green light. We need this. Hey, we got the national park. We got over 1,000 people come to the national park every day. But it's no money. It's no money. They bringing their money someplace else. They got to stay in Wayne. Wayne got the hotel. When we have entertainment, Jamaican festival, them people got to stay in Newark. It's no money staying here. Let's bring that hotel. Let's bring that arena. Let's bring that underground parking. We the people of Paterson, we could do this, y'all. It's no thinking about it. It's no second guess. Let's do the doggone thing.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Mr. Foscaldo, next speaker.
I'm Foscaldo, Pregness Avenue. What this city needs is a newspaper and residents who can think and read and vote. There's an election June 4th, and we don't have a newspaper, and we don't have our sample ballots. It would be nice to get our sample ballots in time to know if there are any races on the ballot. I mean, I look for third-party candidates, and I don't know who's running on the ballot. And we don't have we have the USA Today, which is not a newspaper anymore. It's a propaganda organ with an assignment to maliciously talk about our president. But USA Today is an entertainment thing, and they went beyond. They want to take a propaganda assignment to smear the president. But we do need information on an election before the elections, not an hour before or 2 days before. We need these sample ballots a reasonable time ahead of elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Next speaker is Mr. Freeman.
Kimmy Freeman, 3rd Ward. I was going to speak on some other issues, mainly that the last 2 meetings that I was here, I signed up for the public portion, but I didn't get a chance to speak. And the reason why I didn't get a chance to speak is you guys take too long on a particular item. My suggestion is there should be a time limit on the items. Let's say 2 weeks ago, you took an hour and a half on one item, all right? Each council person, the people who did speak, and they spoke too long, they should have a 3-minute limit just like we do. Now, I know there's some councilmen like Councilman Khalid, never takes more than 3 minutes. Brother Rivera hardly ever takes more than 3 minutes, all right? There's other people that speak for 10, 15 meetings. They even stop talking and they walk over here and they're still speaking. And I'm not giving no names, you know who I'm talking about. Now, I come to these meetings because I get paid to come to these meetings. I get paid to give out information. I'm a consultant. I know a lot about politics. I've been following politics for 40 years. And I already told you in 1993 I was in the 1 percentile in the whole country. So don't play me like I'm a dummy. I know what's going on. I don't like what I see when things, I know you guys can disagree and everything, and I think the 6th Ward Councilman is doing the right thing. I've been driving professionally since 1999. My aunt lives in the Governor Towers. My mother lived on Chestnut Street. I went to the Boys Club during the 70s. I know this area very well, probably more than anybody in this whole room, including your experts. And I think the plan that you have is about 90% right. I think it's 90% right. Now, these people that came here, I feel sorry for them. I look at this old lady and I say, you know what? Paterson's not the same Paterson we had 30 years ago. There's more cars, there's more parking, there's more businesses. So you have to adapt. But guys, we got to figure this out. This is not rocket science. And if it is, I'll help you with that. You guys got to be smarter. We voted you guys in because you represent the people. And when the people come and everything, you guys got to let the residents know what's going on, let the traffic thing going on. But I'll tell you, this traffic thing, and I've been telling you this for a while, this traffic thing in Paterson is very bad. All right? And we got to figure out ways. We got more cars, more people, and other issues. We guys got to figure this out. That's what you guys get paid for. All right? If you need some citizens to help you, I would gladly come to any of the committee meetings like I used to 30 years ago, but you guys don't want me there. So I'll just sit back and watch you guys discombobulate every meeting that I go to, and you guys take too long. The last workshop meeting, me and Bob was the only ones in this chamber, and we wanted to speak. 4 hours went past. I got tired and walked out. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You guys got to do better. Time limits on the items, time limits on rebuttals. It's not rocket science.
Madam President.
Thank you.
Last but not least, he was the last speaker on the public portion. There are more
Thank you very
Move
much.
to
Can I have a
close.
motion?
Move to close.
Move to close the public portion by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilman Khan? Yes. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy? Yes. Councilman Mims? Yes. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public portion is now closed.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we're going to go with first reading ordinance number 9 and 10. Please read them into the record.
Next item on the agenda is item number 9 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance designating 21st Avenue between Madison Avenue and Summer Street as a one-way street westbound, Department of Public Works.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 9.
No, that's
No.
okay. That's okay.
Council President, so the motion, I put a motion on the
That-
floor.
that's okay.
Council President recognize the motion.
Yeah.
For the table, but that motion
Yeah.
doesn't supersede a motion for the roll.
Correct.
For the roll call, unless it's for specific reason. If it's just a table it based on what,
Wha-
you know,
wha-
what was heard, then the proper.
Council
protocol.
President.
Well,
Council President heard the motion.
One moment,
Madam-
Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilman Velez has the floor. Councilman Abdelaziz.
We have a motion and a second, so roll call.
Correct.
Yeah.
Roll call. Madam Clerk, on item number 9.
Roll call on item number 9 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Microphone on. Let me show something. You know, as Councilwoman Mims said earlier, at 3 o'clock, we received the breakdown of this report at 3 o'clock. Of course, I didn't have a chance to read it. And I'm really not sure about everything that's needed here. But what I wanted to show my council, my TV land people, I have a committee meeting coming up about a one-way too for me in Rosa Parks Boulevard. I thank God for my husband and his friend who put these flyers out in a 16-block area, because it can't go within 1 block or 2 blocks. They had to do it within 16 blocks, and I thank him for that, because they can't say that I did not do this. So I personally need a little bit more time to look through this. Do your best to reach people. You can prove that I've reached out to you with your paperwork and your flyer to say, this is what I've done. I have did my best to contact you. I have not heard from the fire department or the police department. I suggest that we bring Hung Chow in, and whoever the parking authority hired, explain to us, are you gonna guarantee certain things in that 20th Avenue area? Then make sure that's put in writing so that we can all understand it. So for now, Madam Clerk, I can't vote for this. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item went to the committee. We approved it for the workshop. We discussed it in the workshop. We had a thorough discussion on the workshop. And now is for a regular meeting for the voting. We had opportunity to discuss this previously, if we need to correct anything on prior meetings. Nobody came up with any opposition. I don't know why tonight. With my understanding, this is a great thing Councilman from the 6th Ward doing, which will greatly improve the safety of the residents as well as traffic flow. So my vote is yes.
Councilman McCoy?
I think based on the conversation tonight and our experience on 21st Avenue, it is clear that we need to do something. However, I think we need to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to express their concerns, and you've heard a lot of concerns tonight. And this is first reading. It doesn't damage the process, but it gives us a restart and an opportunity to dialogue and to reach out to those seniors and others that came here tonight. I think the public was very clear that they don't understand the change. They have not seen the data. They have not seen the traffic study. And I think it would be prudent on our part just to slow it down a bit and allow to share with them what it is that we're seeing and what it is that we intend to do. So first reading, no intent to say I'm not supportive of the plan. I think the councilman identified a need and brought forward what will be a solution. I was on 21st Avenue on Saturday, as a matter of fact, for lunch. And it took me quite a bit to find parking and to navigate the area. So the need is quite clear. But I think we could do ourselves a service by stepping back and allowing those that are commenting to get the information and to get on board. This will be a tremendous change that would either be a great success or a great disaster. Taking a few minutes to step back and reviewing it is not going to hurt the process, but I think it makes it better. At this time, the ordinance does not have my support. To create an opportunity for dialogue, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So let me be clear. At the last meeting, which was last Tuesday, I made a request for the traffic study to be given to myself, and the council wanted it as well. It was just received today at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I have not had an opportunity to review it or analyze it. I've spoken to residents all weekend. Residents have come down tonight. We received a packet of over 200 signatures from 5th and 6th Ward residents. And, you know, I just believe that, and it's not, I'm like Councilman McCoy, it's not that I'm saying I will not support this in the future. I'm just saying that we have to make sure that when residents speak and they have concerns, we have to go to them and educate them on the process. There were a 6th Ward resident here tonight. There were 5th Ward residents here tonight and 5th Ward residents that have called me all weekend. And based on that, I just think we need to, as we have done one, maybe we need to do a couple more town halls in the 6th Ward, maybe combine 5th and 6th, just to get a greater understanding and of, you know, making sure that they're clear of the process. I also don't see in this traffic study, and I will make a phone call tomorrow, but I don't see in the traffic study the impact or the effects as far as fire and police. It's not in the study, and that's important to know. It's not based on what we feel or an assumption. We have to deal with the experts who we pay the money to do this study, and that's not in here. We need to make sure that if an ambulance or a police car needs to get to a scene, that they can get there on time, and there's nothing that's impacted, not based on what we feel, but it has to be duly noted. And so at this time, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So when we were elected, you know, I said to myself that I had the hopes that this council will do things differently. And we have shown that. In the months that we've been here, we have done things that other councils did not even want to entertain, because we knew we had to, you know, do things differently in order to see change in this city. Councilman Adalessis and I have been, you know, discussing this situation for a while, and I have attended several meetings on this matter, including the experts that were there to clarify a few things. And there were some people from 20th Ave asking questions about the bus route, and after the experts gave them the explanation, they were put at ease. So, listen, this is the first reading. I encourage the councilman from the 5th Ward to, put together a meeting, which I would like to attend. Just like I attended most of the meetings that the 6th Ward councilman put together on this matter, I would like to attend those meetings also. Again, we were elected by the people, but I strongly believe that if those people that have the concerns attend the meeting with the experts that attended the other meetings, I'm sure that they will be put at ease. And again, this is not like we're building a structure in the middle of the street. If for whatever reason, again, we gotta go by the experts, right? I cannot make decisions based on feelings a lot of times. The experts are making a recommendation that this will work out and it will not cause a lot of havoc in the area. So at this moment, for the first reading, I would like to support this ordinance for first reading, but I encourage the 5th Ward councilman, and I will work with him if he need me to reach out to the people in that area that feel that they will be affected, and hopefully, Councilman Abdelaziz, we could work with the parking authority and the experts that were there at that meeting to bring them over and clarify a lot of the questions, because I think the problem here is miscommunication. But I don't want to hold business back. I want to continue the progress that we're making, so my vote is yes at this time.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yeah, I try to not to argue a lot in this council because sometimes it could shoot back at me. Oh, Luis Velez is always arguing. But when, oh, he's always fighting, things like that, But let me see. Councilman Abdelaziz has a good vision with his streets, with 21st Avenue, 22nd Avenue, all the streets in the 6th Ward. Unfortunately, I'm the blessed guy, I could say the blessed guy, that my ward sits in the middle and all the wards is bordered with me, okay? 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 6th, all of them is bordered with the 5th Ward. We're in the middle. That's why they call it the Great Heart of Paterson. So it's not my fault to be able to go to the 5th Ward, I have to pass to the 6th, or to the 2nd, the 3rd, whatever come from the city. I cannot ignore anything that happens 2 blocks away from the 5th Ward, because whatever affects that 2 blocks radius, it will affect the 5th Ward. If it's crime, if it's quality of life, I cannot ignore it. I have to work accordingly. And it's not my fault that I'm all over and people think that I could take care of everything. But I try to always give the respect of the council colleagues, and the one that I call always with the issues, they know I call them. And I say, this issue is going on, and this is, et cetera, et cetera. Now, Councilman Abdelaziz, with all due respect, yes, advised me that there was going to be a meeting to inform the plans of route of 21st Avenue. He invited me, plus there was other councilmen invited. I believe in a sunshine law. More than 5 individuals cannot be discussing a thing and whatever it is in a meeting, especially if it's created ordinance. You already created a quorum. So I decided not to go because it was a meeting, informant meeting. Now, that meeting was on April 24. I believe so, April 24. And what I see here, that even that the resolution is signed, the ordinance is signed on May 1st, it was drafted on April 25th, the next day of the meeting. Okay? How I know that? If you know how to read resolution ordinance, here in the bottom there's a script when it says when the legal department type it. So if you look at it, it was drafted on April 25th, 2019. And the meeting was on the 24th. That's a record-breaking in creating ordinance and resolution in the city. I'm waiting still for ordinance resolution to increase the fees for dumping. Still a year from when I was a chairman for DPW. I'm still waiting for that. And this was a breaking record in doing ordinance. The same way is a record breaking to inform the community. When I went to the Governor Towers, and this article could speak by itself, I'm not dumping and discrediting the councilman of the 6th Ward. What I tell him is, your concern are my concern. You don't need to convince me because I'm convinced. You need to convince a council member that sit on my right side. I'm not discrediting the idea of my colleague, Councilman Abdelaziz. Either or, I'm fighting with him. 5 is 6 is 56. If you turn it around, it's 65. We still are brothers, and we still got to work together. What I'm trying to do here, and it's logical, when I sit a year completely at the DPW committee, we had experience with the traffic engineering. It's not just sitting in a Google map and say how you want it. It's trying to get a little bit detailed, informative, and how this is going to be effective or positive in the area. I put on the table some factors that are clear enough. We have more traffic light on 20th Avenue. We have a school zone that are more important, and et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not going to repeat Councilman Khalid, but I had to make my point that before doing something, we need to get together and do it the right way. Is it a good idea? Yes. Is it an idea that's going to affect other areas? Yes. But we need to have a deep conversation on it, and before doing that, we need to meet. My vote is no.
Said no, Councilman? No?
Clear enough for now, no. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, item number 9, we're voting on.
Very good, Madam Clerk. This is very eye-opening. The work that we do on a day-to-day basis, it can't be overlooked. The community has selected us to do a job, and we have people who are willing to do the job, but at times there's a lack of cohesion, which is very disappointing. You have to be able to come together on these issues and make decisions, sound decisions that's favorable for the community. The fact of the matter is, I personally feel that this is a great opportunity for the community, and I think it's going to be a great benefit. Much like my very experienced councilman just said, Councilman McCoy, it's either going to be a great situation or a great disaster, but we'll see what that is. But because this is the first reading, it does give us an opportunity to go back, and Councilman Abdelaziz, I'll be more than happy to work with you along with Councilman Velez, as well as Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Rivera, to make sure that we go in there and hear the voices of the seniors, because they are extremely important. But I do as well understand the necessity to move items that you spent a great deal of time on and have worked extremely hard on and have done a great job on as well. So for the measure of first reading, I definitely want to give you the support because I want to respect and appreciate the jobs that we do. But I definitely will need to get your support to go back to the 5th Ward, cross over that boundary line, and make sure that all of the residents' concerns are heard. So at the moment, I'm definitely going to give my colleague the support that's needed to move this item forward. And Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
So, when Councilman Abdelaziz came forth and, started having the conversations, I actually got a little mad at him. I'll be very honest. And in a sincere way, I'm not saying it jokingly. I go back to my colleagues, to Councilman Rivera, even some others that attended. I'm like, why wasn't I invited to that meeting? And he goes, you were invited, you just didn't come, which was true. When I got elected 5 years ago, there were various people that came up to me, various business owners, and said, for so many years we have tried with the current councilman to try to get this done. But he did not have the support on the council to get it done. That person was our mayor today, councilman at the time, Sayek. That group of people spoke to me and said, let's work with you. And guess what happened? Still, we were not able to muster up and have the council support it. The mayor was at that meeting. You know what bothers me about today? That everyone is entitled to their opinion, and we are here, there's 3 at large, and that's right. I don't want anyone thinking that because one person says, well, my concerns are for seniors. My concerns are our seniors as well. I think about my 88-year-old stepdad. I have a lot of friends and family that live in those towers, just so you all know. But guess what? We were elected to make decisions, and sometimes some tough ones. And I don't want to throw jabs here today, but I haven't seen no council members, when there's certain streets coming up one way that they've requested, there hasn't been any uproar about, oh, how about the surrounding streets? Okay? There was a study done. And today I want to say this. Councilman Velez, I'm looking forward to being part of those meetings with the constituents of the 5th Ward. Okay? And I'm saying that sincerely. All right? But I'm not going to stop the work that has been done. And we have a councilman here sitting right now who was able to, something I couldn't get done in 5 years, something that councilman at the time, Mayor today saying couldn't get done in 10 years. We got someone here today who has a drive and a passion, and no one can say that he does not love his ward or the surrounding wards. So I don't believe today to come here to say that he's ignoring the 20th Ave residents. Constituents said, you know what happens on East 19th and 20th Ave? You get your hair done 2-3 times a week. She's right. I've been, Mr. B.A., how many times have I mentioned the accidents on 20th Ave and East 19th? Several. So we are fully aware of what's going on. I have confidence that this is going to change. I had conversations with our chief of fire because we even talked about that in committee. We talked about fires when they have to go down. We even discussed the fire that was on Madison and 21st Ave. Please, constituents, our seniors, do not think that we are not having these conversations. I'm sorry that certain council members were not here 10 years ago, 5 years ago. This is work that has been started for many years, and I'm looking forward to being there to be part of it. But I also don't want to ignore that I have colleagues that have concerns, and they have the right to have them. But that doesn't say that I'm going to stop the work because of it. This is a first reading. I believe we have the time, Councilman, the same way you got those 200 signatures, you got your seniors going up and down. Councilman, I think we should be able to turn and put the same effort, and before our second reading, we can have a meeting and we're gonna do it together, okay? And guess what? If you feel that because there's gonna be quorum, maybe we all don't speak. Maybe we have 2 or 3 people speak. Maybe just the 5th and the 6th, and the at-large are quiet, okay? In terms of, and I'm talking about in terms of you feel that there's gonna be a quorum and business is being done. So I want today, for the city of Paterson, for 21st Ave merchants and residents, because my God, it is not just merchants that are there. They are taxpayers, they are residents. They live on top of their businesses. Councilman, the dean of the council said it. He went to eat dinner. How long did it take you? I really think that this is something good that's going to be good for the area, and I'm looking forward to support it. So at this time, for this first reading, and I'm putting it on record, and maybe I should ask Corporation Counsel and Madam Clerk, and I don't know if the councilman would agree with me. It'll pass for first reading, and we can set the second reading. not to be the May 28th, for it to be the next meeting in June? Would that be okay? Because it would give us a little more time to bring forth all of those entities, instead of us saying that in a week and a half we're gonna be able to do this, because we wanna have fire. We want to have our city engineer. We want to have our traffic engineer. And I don't want to say that in a week, we don't know who's going to be where. Would you be okay with us setting the next second reading to be at the first regular in June?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, Council.
Madam.
No, we're saying the community
no,
meeting.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
no. I still have the floor.
Yeah.
I still have the floor. What I said is, I want to move it forward to the first, so it's gonna go to second. But we said, this, when we decide to do the second reading, that second reading will take place in our first regular meeting in June, giving us the opportunity to have that meeting with the constituency, okay? So we can bring all of those professionals in the room, and that list that we have, we go knock on doors the same way we campaign, Councilman Abdelaziz, we will go knocking on doors, okay? And we will go ahead and say, we're gonna have the second reading. We want you to come to this meeting if you're able to come out. If not, then we move forward. So at this time, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna support this for first reading. My vote is yes.
Council President, I want to make it clear that.
I'm sorry?
I want to make it clear something, a statement that you just said. When I do something and I do it myself.
Council President.
Okay.
No,
Councilman,
after
don't
the-
take, Councilman,
Yeah.
when I made that statement,
Yeah.
you know, you have your Fifth Ward constituency reach, and you know, we all do this. When we tell our constituency to go out, get me signatures. There is power in numbers. So don't take it as though,
No.
so I don't want you to think that at all.
Yeah, no.
But
What I'm
Councilman,
gonna
we are
say
in
is
roll
that
call.
I never encourage them to look for signature.
Okay.
You go ask them.
Okay, all right, so we are in roll call. I am going to ask you to read the roll call, but I'm also, because 9 and 10 is the same thing, it's just the opposite, because when you go down, you're going one left and you're going one right. So I'm gonna ask also that you read number 10 and then we take the vote. There's no more conversation about it, okay? Madam Clerk?
Yeah, the vote for item number 9 is 5 in favor, 4 against. Item number 9 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of Tuesday, June 11, 2019 at 7 p.m.
Very good. Okay? June
June
11th, that's
11th.
the first regular in June, okay? Gives us enough time to set this meeting up that we're gonna have. Madam Clerk, can you please read number 10 into the record for first reading?
Yes. Next item is item number 10. For first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing an angled parking zone in 21st Avenue between Madison Avenue and Summer Street, Department of Public Works.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call on item number 10 for first reading.
Yes. Roll call on item number 10 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
No.
Councilman Jackson?
Pass.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
I've been sitting here the longest of anybody. I don't remember this issue being discussed by Councilman Sayre. I don't
I'm so
remember it
glad you
being
said
discussed
it.
for no 10 years,
Thank
8
you,
years, 4
Councilman.
years,
Thank you.
or anything else.
Thank you.
And quite
I didn't hear it
frankly, we're elected by the people, yes, but we're not anointed kings or czars or
Somebody never said nothing to us.
anything like that. Our job is to serve, and part of serving is listening and communicating. And if we open that floor for people to talk, we ought to be open to the fact that we hear them and we respond to them. We're not saying that this is bad, that this shouldn't be done. We're saying that slow the process down and give them a chance to be heard fairly and have it done. Now, I voted no on the first one, I'm voting no on the second one. And I hope going forward that we take stock in ourselves and realize that it ain't all about winning and losing. It's not all about voting and getting to 5. It's about doing the right thing and doing it the right way. Thank you. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Amen, Councilman McCoy. My vote is no.
Councilman Rivera?
Like I stated previously, I do listen to the people. Watch council meetings for over 12 years. And I used to see lines here, people, advocating for not having any tax increases for many years. That doesn't mean that everybody listened on this council. And all the other things also that were proposed used to pass. So the bottom line is this. Although some other council members didn't have the opportunity to sit in a lot of these meetings, as a council at large, I've been attending these meetings now for a while. The merchants in the areas mentioned that for many years they have tried, to get this done. And like Council President said, and Councilman Morris said before he left, you gotta learn how to count. Maybe Councilman Saya wanted to do it, but he didn't have the support, so why bring it to the table? To get embarrassed? So my vote is yes. Just because he wasn't brought here to the council didn't mean that he wasn't being explored by the previous council member. I just want to make clarification. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I'm not saying the idea is a bad one. Once again, the history says that every street that changed one way does two things: create traffic hazard in different areas and also kill businesses. Because why should I go through one street that is all packed of cars? I go around and another person's around. It's experience. Now, I said it before, these two ordinances do not address the problems of 20th Avenue. It's not addressing the problem of 20th Avenue. It's addressing the problem of 21st Avenue. Everything that I see in this picture, corporate counsel could clarify. Everything, the speed humps, the signs, all this needs ordinance, needs approval by the council. You cannot approve something if you don't approve something along with it to go accordingly with it. What proved me that when this is done, all the promises over here are going to be done? First of all, the state is going to look that putting a hump between two streets is not suitable. That's why they have been denying the hump in that area. You cannot put a traffic light where the senior citizen wants because you have already a traffic light before it. So what you want, move that traffic light and a four-way street and to move it into a median street? Listen, it's reality. I'm not an expert in traffic, but experience will speak by itself. I live around there, I breathe around there, and I do what my constituent asks me to do. I orientate them without dumping the idea of councilmen. I think this is a thing that if we approve it and we keep on moving it without the right studies, alleviating the traffic in both situations, the 20th Avenue and 21st Avenue, what is it create a problem? Yes, there have been streets that have been changed, but it's streets inside the ward that neighbors are happy that have been done. And I always ask the recommendation of police, fire, and traffic engineering, and they all aboard when I do changes like that. So if I prove this, I'm given not a chance to look into deep into the situation and get a solution that people are happy on one side and the other. And I think they could do some changes. Trust me, they could do some changes that will alleviate traffic without putting that street one way. And my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was going to read off a definition here, but man, this thing is a little bit vulgar. I'll curtail it. The definition of insanity is doing exactly the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome. It's crazy. So,
Wait. Come on. Councilman has the floor.
the way it applies is, Councilman, with all due respect, we all understand that there's necessities to bring forward changes that could progressively move our city forward. I've traveled all over the world. In fact, there's, cities right next to us that have begun to adopt different, means in which traffic flows. Paterson, and being such an old city, we don't have the wide lanes. Honestly, this needs to be addressed citywide, because I'm going down Clinton Street today. If there's parking on both sides of the street, you can't pass. It's impossible for another car to pass through. The only way you can pass is if you pull over, and hopefully there's a little void. If not, you got to back all the way back up the hill just to let the person pass. And now you're sitting there at a dead stop, playing chicken with somebody to see who's going to be the one that's going to give in. So this is a plan that is obviously different than what we've been doing, and I think that is very progressive. I think that the call for what some of my colleagues are asking for, the provision has been made. We've postponed the second reading, which allows for an opportunity to hear the cries of the community, to get those professional perspectives. But we also have to respect the council's position, is probably a lot harder than most people would understand. No council person here, well, let me say, not all council people work full-time in this role. There's some of us that have other obligations and other jobs, and to put in the amount of work that's required to bring this thing forward, to meet with the professionals, to go and meet with the community, it's a lot of work. And I don't want to overcast or overshadow the amount of effort that went into something just in order to contest it. The councilman, as well as the council president, has made the provision to say, look, we definitely need to hear from these people. Let's pull things back a little bit. Let's slow the process, which would be no different than voting this down today, hearing it at the next workshop. We have the same exact time frame, nothing different. But what it does is it shows our council colleague that we do have the respect and his professionalism and the work that he put in. We do, appreciate the level of time that he's put in, and we want to give him the respect as well, not to negate the community. I think all of us would agree if the councilman decides that he doesn't care what anyone else says and he wants to continue to move forward. I was at the meeting, and I heard him firsthand when he was presented with an option to extend the commercial parking around the corner on other adjacent roads. He completely cut the speakers off because there was individuals from the parking authority who talked about putting meters in other places, and he said no, because those areas are more residential areas and more congested with people who live there, and I'm in full support of the residents. I think the councilman has shown his compassion and his understanding that he has to be, considerate of the residents as well. I want to make sure that I'm sending a message that I'm in full support of his efforts, and not just to, and I think that everyone else has. I think that we're all saying the same thing, maybe saying it a little bit different, but in the end of the day, we got to respect the amount of work that has to get done. I too, just like some of my other council colleagues, I've been waiting for legislation to be drafted for quite some time. So the fact that he's been able to get it done, I'm gonna have to take a page out of his book. I'm gonna have to call him to get some of my stuff through. I don't know, maybe you guys can connect with the can't hate don't hate the play, hate the game. So anyway, but I'm in full support, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
No need to elongate this. You already know how I feel. And yes, thank you very much, Councilman Jackson, because you said it best. You know, it's not, I'm not ignoring the concerns of the community. And this is why we were able to extend it to the next regular meeting in June. My vote is yes,
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, for
The
item
vote
number
is
10.
5 in favor, 4 against. Item number 10 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting on Tuesday, June 11, 2019 at 7 p.m.
Okay, very good. So I need to, no, you can't get up, Councilman. You can't, only because I need to do something. I need to recuse myself. I want to take item number 38. Kathleen is here, and I really want her just to quickly explain to you what item 38 is. But I need to recuse myself. I'm sorry? 3 minutes? Okay, 3 minutes. All right, so please no one get up, please. I am, only so you can be ready to go. Councilman?
No, no stopping. Snacks, they got donuts in the bag. Councilwoman, you making these at home? You want that? She passed it. You want this, Councilwoman? Yeah. Councilwoman. Thank you, Mr. Ming.
Don't worry, I tell you afterward. I tell you afterward.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, yes, Mr. President. Oh, we have 5. Councilman Abdelaziz is there, isn't he? Yes. Yes, Mr. President. The next item is item number 38.
Very
May I-
good. Please proceed, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
Item number
sir.
38.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 38, resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding with Passaic County Community College and with the Passaic County Community College Foundation for the acceptance and implementation of a $750,000 grant to promote best practice in the city government administration, resolution 19290. May I have a motion?
Second.
Motion by,
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, seconded by Councilwoman Mims.
yes, yes, sir.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, I think Kathleen have,
No.
Yeah, please, please, Madam.
Roll call.
it's okay, go, okay. Okay, just go ahead to vote, okay.
More than once.
Roll call on item number 38 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 6 in favor. Okay, I'm sorry. Let the record reflect that Council President Davila had recused herself from item number 38. The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent, and let the record reflect that Councilwoman Davila had recused herself from item number 38. Therefore, number 38 is hereby adopted.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, we're not in order, so did you want us to take item number 5, which is a resolution that governs the other 2 bond ordinances that is attached? Did you want us to continue with that?
Number 5 is fine, Madam Clerk.
Number 5?
Yeah.
Next item on the agenda is item number 5. Item number 5 is a resolution. Resolution of the City of Paterson, the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, making application to the Local Finance Board pursuant to NJSA 48:3-1, Finance Resolution 19262. Is there a motion? Councilman
Moved by Councilman
Khalid.
Khalid.
Khalid. Seconded by Councilwoman Cotton.
Discussion.
Discussion.
I just have a question. This, number 5, this resolution is attached to the change order for Memorial Drive, correct?
Correct.
Which is actually item number 44, is it? I think it's item 44.
That's correct.
The $2 million change order. So I don't know if we probably would need to take 44 before 5, because we don't want to approve 5 or not approve 5 and then have to come back to this one. So I think, Council President, just point of order, just a recommendation, I think we need to have a discussion on 44 before we talk about 5. Because 44 really is has to be first, and then 5 goes after that. Correct, Ms. Sharon?
Yes, you are, Councilwoman.
Mr. Chairman? May I?
Councilman.
Yeah, so no matter what comes first, if the 44 don't pass, then we don't need to do the application. Unless, sorry, number 5, if 44 don't pass, if we do number 5 first, 44, if it fails, we don't need to do the application because it's pertaining the application for this part. So no matter what is due first or not, right?
That's the point of what Councilwoman Mims was explaining.
Oh. Okay, so, yeah.
It was moved and seconded. Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
I just recommended that we go to the 44 before 5. We made a motion in the second on 5, but like Ms. Sharon said, we need to do 44 before 5.
We don't have to.
I mean, we don't have to, but it would be recommended.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. We're considering, if this item passes and the other one fails, then this item fails to move forward. But regardless, it doesn't change the position that people are going to take on this resolution here.
So I just have a question, because, does this require 6 votes or 5?
Are we speaking of the Local Finance Board resolution?
Yes.
That's the
That would
majority.
be 44.
5 votes.
5 votes. Resolution number 5. Resolution number 44.
It's a majority. 5.
No 6. 5 votes.
Any other concerns, council members?
Oh, okay. So
Does Ms. Long, does the resolution speak towards the final, purpose for the facility? The Ivanhoe House. Mr. B.A.?
resolution, I don't have the resolution.
I'm not sure what number you're talking about.
Number 5?
That's not for the Ivanhoe
Number
House.
5. So resolution number 5 addresses the
Application before the local
making
finance board.
application to local finance board for ordinance number 6, I believe? Yes.
Yes, number 6. Let me explain, Marge. Item number 5 has to be adopted before it's related to the bond ordinance. So that's why I listed on the agenda to adopt the local finance board resolution first. If this fails, then it's no need to adopt the bond ordinance. This goes hand in hand together, not with the other items at the back. So item number 5 is a resolution from the local finance board that has to be adopted. If we fail this, then it's no need to adopt the bond ordinance.
And one more thing, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Marge.
So resolution number 44 is a resolution to authorize a change order for the combined sewer overflow solids and floatables. This resolution then would be funded by ordinance number
6.
Right.
Correct.
Which requires a local finance board approval. So hence the reason for the resolution number 5. So it does make sense to take resolution number 44 first to discuss the matter of the change order, prove that, and move forward in that order.
So at this time, you want us to just,
Because I'm just trying to remember from the workshop. In the workshop, based on the language that's in 44, correct me if I'm wrong, it says that upon approval, it gives you the authority to go and apply for this grant. So that's why I was saying, when we made the motion in the second, that's why I said discussion, because I know 44 has the language to apply for this grant, this
Loan.
bond. Yeah, for the loan. But 44, I mean, it's up to the president which way he wants to go. But 44 is the item, and then 5 and 6 gives the authority to go and apply for the bond loan that we would need for 44.
That's correct.
So, Council President, I just noticed something too. If we approve number 44 and it passed, that means we are approving a change of order and that the money is.
Right, Councilman, we'll take that into consideration. We'll just move forward as we
But,
move.
yeah, 44.
Madam Clerk, can we move forward, please, with the roll call, please, for number 5?
yes, sir.
Council President, I had a question about finance. If we approve 44 and we don't approve number 5 and 6, where are we gonna get the money because we already approved this? That's the thing. So, for example, if we approve number 44 to change the order, that means we're giving a green light to them to do the change order and do the project. But then
Councilman,
the application and the bond is not approved, where are we gonna get the money?
You can ask the question 4 times, 4 different ways, it's still the same outcome. So that's why we say we're moving forward, and, in acknowledgement and respect to the chair, please do not just begin to speak out. I mean, we heard your concerns the first time, that's why I asked the clerk to begin the roll call, and you just negated that and just, begin to ask the same question again. We understand the ramifications. We're in number 5. We have a second, a motion and a second.
Yes.
We'll move forward with the vote. We'll move to number 44 and revert back to number 6. Not that big of a deal. Madam Clerk, can you move forward with roll call, please?
Yes, for item number 5. Roll call on item number 5, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Roll call on item number 5 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Because I have concerns, at our last meeting last week on Tuesday, the project manager was here, and I asked a few questions. Number 1, when did this project start? How long has it been going? How many changes? So many questions. Still have not gotten the data that was requested in the last meeting. Have not got that information as far as how long this project has been out. But what really alarmed me in the last meeting, when I asked the project manager this question, how many times have you been asked to come to present information before this council, and he said this was his first time. So that's a very huge concern when we're looking at a $2 million change order. So with that stated, my vote is no.
Councilman Rivera,
I pass.
Councilman Velez,
This, I'm not gonna delay this, but, you know, this is the second time they come with change of order, since 2015, so, and the project is still on the Mingo. You know, the problem that I have is that when they approve it, because I wasn't here in 2015, the scope of work says, we need this amount of money for do this. And now, this is like the second change of order to complete the project. The thing is, that I have a problem is that we don't have the money to even complete the second or the third. If any chance they come and dig and say they come and change the order because they find something else, you know, this is putting the tax burden to our taxpayers, and because they asking for loans and they asking for other things. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable that every time they come, they change in order on this situation. So I don't know what to expect when they say they're gonna finish and they don't not, and they're not. They come back saying they need to do another change order. So I'm not feeling too comfortable with this, so my vote is no.
Councilman Rivera,
So I told my colleagues that I never passed. I spent 4 years in the Board of Ed and never passed. My intention was to spend my term here and never pass. But it's just, you know, I'm stuck between two things right now. So we have a change order that we have to pay, right? That's what we have right now before us. But we don't have the money, right? Which is similar to what has happened before about work being performed, the money not being available, then we have to pay, you know, from other sources. Right now, this is a change order, but we have to authorize debt. Councilman Velez just mentioned something else. How about if there's another change order? Are we gonna do another amendment to this ordinance? And that's why, listen, I'm not gonna put the blame on anyone in particular, but that's why since I started, I lobbied that we need someone in-house, right? An engineer in-house. Not saying that the person that's serving as a consultant is not qualified. We need someone in-house to spend their time analyzing all these accounts and making sure that there's an issue, you do it beforehand, not after the fact. Right now, you're putting us in a situation, yes, we're gonna borrow for sewer anyway. We have to, you know, maintain the sewer, you know? But we often have a plan of doing that. We cannot fix our sewer, you know, all at once. And that's not what this, you know, ordinance is doing. But it's just a little uncomfortable that it actually made me pass because you have an expense that you have to pay, but it's forcing us to bond even more, to authorize bonding. The only reason I'm voting yes on this is because we have to pay it. But we gotta get away from that practice. We cannot spend money that we don't have. It's illegal. And I put it on the record again. I often used it during my debates. There's only 3 ways of spending money, 3 ways. Through the budget, dedication by rider, which is your trust, and your ordinances. And we didn't have the money when this change order took place. I just wanna clarify that. My vote is yes.
Councilman, I just want to, there's nothing illegal. I
Thank you,
just want to
Councilman.
clarify that. You made a statement that, you know, if you spend money you don't have, it's illegal. We didn't spend any money that we didn't have here. So the money hasn't been spent, the work hasn't been performed yet. So I just want to make sure that the public doesn't think we're doing something illegal.
The work haven't been performed yet?
No.
Oh, so no, it's a change order.
Yeah, but I think
That
a
means
lot
the
of the
work-
work, a lot of the work that needs to be done to complete what they started.
But at
I don't
least,
think all the work has been done yet.
not all, but at least some of it. So if for the viewers at home, and I don't mean to get back and forth, you're partially correct.
Yeah.
But for the viewers at home, when you see that the federal government shuts down, it's because it doesn't have a budget. When you see this council sometimes having a debate during a given time in the past about if we don't approve this budget, we're gonna have to shut down, is because there's only 3 legal ways of spending money. You're partially correct. Some of the expense have taken place, but not all of it. I would like to correct, for the record, I would like to correct my statement. But some of the money was spent without us having the available funds. But thank you for the clarification, Mr. Bia. You're correct.
May I continue? Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. What we're witnessing here is a result of a consistency of supporting the wrong things. You can't come to the table now and not support this, but completely cheerlead for the players that's dropping the ball in this situation. When you hire people from outside of the city who don't really have a regard of how you spend money, it's all relative. I'm gonna beat the same drum over and over again. To pay an engineer $1 million a year who can't oversee the project, who didn't do the plans for the project, who doesn't have the full scope of the project, is a travesty. So what we must do as a council is hold hard when it's time to approve certain personnel decisions that we get to make choices on, and we won't have these types of mistakes that's happening. This project is another direct result of poor decision-making. We have to get it done. The road has been closed for 3 years. You're talking about a potential nightmare and a hazard, health hazard to the community. Let a fire happen on Memorial Drive, and the fire truck has to come from Temple Street over there. It may potentially take a half hour, depending on what time of day it is. We have to make sure that the people that's doing the work in this community are responsible and capable and care about doing the work. For any project like this to be open for 2 years, and it wasn't the council that have been asking, because since Councilman Morris was here, we've all been asking, what's going on, what's the status? You make requests as council people, doesn't mean that those representatives come before the council to speak on the behalf of the administration. We don't get to make those administrative decisions. But I tell you what, at the end of the day, we always got to cut the check for it. And the city, the members of the public are being beat over the head again. This is an absolute embarrassment. This is an embarrassment. For this type of thing to happen, and when you look at the drawings that was made, the preliminary drawings, the catch basin that was prescribed to be there is lying right over top of an existing manhole. So that means somebody dropped the ball. Some professional who has a professional license, who went to college and studied a long number of years, either it's the surveyor or the architect, somebody dropped the ball here. And again, Paterson people are being asked to pay for it, and we're being overcharged. So to Councilman Rivera's point, the problem is we allowed for 98% of the initial project to be drawn down on when the project isn't completed. We continue to do this. It was done on Madison Avenue in the Leader Die situation. We now had to go back to the table, pay for more things to be done over there. It was done at the Armory. 3 different times we came back and asked the public to go back and borrow more money for the Armory. And we're doing that again here. Did it at the stadium. Multiple times we're taking multiple bites at the apple. Personally, I feel like people think that people who are making these decisions are just not smart enough to figure it out. I think that they're insulting our intelligence when they come here continuously, repeatedly, with these types of change orders, and the community is not getting what they're paying for. So, unfortunately, once again, Madam Clerk, I find myself in a very peculiar situation. We're backed into a corner by no fault of the council. It's not our jobs to oversee these items that's taking place out in the community, although some of us think that we do have that obligation within our purview. But the council must begin to hold hard on some of the items that lead to these. We can't come here at the end of the day and cry because the milk has been spilled. Somebody should have tightened the cap. Anyway, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz, we're voting on item number 5, local finance.
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 against. Item number 5 is hereby adopted. So, Madam President, so now we can vote on the item number 6 for first reading, which is the bond ordinance.
And is item number 7 as well attached to that? No?
No.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please read item number 6 for
Yes.
first reading.
The next
the
item
record.
is item number 6 for first reading. No public hearing is required. A bond ordinance amending and supplementing bond ordinance number 05-044, which provides for phase 3 of the combined sewer outflow project heretofore finally adopted by the City Council of the City of Paterson, County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, on June 14, 2005, as previously amended and supplemented to amend the description to increase the appropriation by $2.2 million and to increase the authorization of bonds or notes by $2,095,278, Department of Finance.
Your motion?
Yes, number 6.
That's the bond ordinance. Moved by Councilman Ruby Cotton, second by? Second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call on item number 6 for first reading ordinance.
Yes. Roll
Madam
call,
Clerk?
roll call on item number 6 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Khan? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
See,
Councilman?
yes, no, it's like, you know, and I have to say this, when I look at the bill that these individuals are putting for this project, if it was for bonding for money for go direct to the construction, but keep in mind that we are paying their cell phones, we are paying their bonds, and we are paying a lot of stuff here, even the restrooms that they use for that place. You know, when you look at, when you go to bond, when a contractor is gonna bid on a project, they say they're gonna put a bond on the project. They pay for their own insurance, they pay for the workers' comp, they pay for everything that their company gonna use. And they add in all those expenses that it has as a company and charging us. For example, $199,000 for their own bonds of their own guarantee the project, and we had to pay their insurance and we had to pay everything. We had to pay their cell phone bills, their restrooms. If we are gonna borrow money for the project, okay, to finalize the project, open the road, we are paying their cell phone. We are paying their mileage of the vehicles that they use. We are paying the restroom they use and they put it in there. You guys, look at the order, the purchase order, the change of order. Look at it. So that's why, huh? Yeah, we borrow money for everything they're gonna spend.
Councilman, please vote.
I voted no, so I'm gonna vote no for this.
Thank you.
Can't cheerlead for the administration.
Madam President?
You know, I started not to say anything, I was just gonna vote directly, but this has been years. And I just don't see no other way. I don't see anyone else coming up with another suggestion on how we're gonna complete this project. Okay, and Councilman Jackson, when you mentioned, you know, God forbid a fire, I mean, the traffic in the morning, I mean, let me just keep it there. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes for first reading on item number 6.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 7 in favor. 7 in favor, 2 against. Item number 6 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be at the next regular meeting of June 25th, 2019 at 7 p.m.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I want to take item number 8 for first reading.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 8 for
Yes.
first reading. No public hearing is required. Ordinance addressing retention of off-duty police pursuant to Paterson Code 81-56 to now authorize that administrative and vehicle fees may be waived if officer compensation is provided by a government entity, police.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Jackson and by
Councilman
Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call on item number 8 for first reading.
Yes. Roll call on item number 8 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Yes. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Councilman, this is for
This is for Elmwood Park Police
Oh, okay,
to
yeah,
pay.
yeah. Sister
to-
City, yeah, okay. Yeah, my vote is yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But,
So they're
okay.
gonna waive the fee, right?
All right. You voted?
Yeah,
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 8 is hereby adopted in first reading. Second reading will be at the next regular meeting of May 28th, 2019 at 7 p.m.
Okay, council members, we have a director here, and I really, well, we have 2 directors here, but I really wanted to just, actually, no, we still have 44 and 45 at DPW. Council members, can you please read items 44 and 45? Do you guys have questions on these?
Which one?
She's
We
good.
did
40
approve already
no, 44
44.
and 45.
We already approved.
Oh, you already did 44?
No.
No.
Right. Okay, all right. All right. Madam Clerk, please read into the record item 44, then item 45.
Yes. Next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 44. Resolution authorizing change order number 2 for the combined sewer overflow solids and floatables control facilities for outfall 029 bid number 14.31 for the engineering division of the Department of Public Works Resolution 19296. There motion? 44, yes.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Jackson. Roll call on the non-consent agenda, item number 44.
Roll call on item number 44 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Should have had a discussion on this. Council President.
Pass first minute, please. Is this the,
Should have a discussion on this.
You want to have a discussion, Councilman?
Could we have a discussion on this, please? I know we're in the middle of roll call, but you guys were quick. I think we should discuss this a little bit. This is the actual change order.
okay.
And it's a shame that we don't have the engineer here to answer our questions. Again, okay, I wasn't here last time.
Councilman, you weren't here
Councilman.
for the workshop.
I was out of the country at that
He
time.
was here, he was at committee and he was at the workshop.
Okay,
All right, apologize then.
okay.
All right.
Madam, okay, your vote?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, yes?
Your vote is yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy?
We are correct, and very quickly. It's a significant change order. The project was about $4 million and change, and this is $2.2 million worth of changes. There was I believe, some errors that occurred that we discussed last week in terms of how the drawings were presented and what the actual reality was when they opened up the ground. There were some electrical power cables that were there that carried significant power. So the sheeting was more expensive and more technical. The project had to be redesigned and made the job a little bit more complicated. They found contaminated soil, which I think they should have been able to anticipate. That drove some additional cost, as well as the contract language provided for third-party profit sharing and other bumps up on the billing that drove the price up, but that's the way the contract was written. The general consensus is correct that the project manager failed to do his full due diligence in terms of informing the city government and the municipal council. And I think our overall city engineer could have been more diligent in bringing this information forward, given the extended period of time that it was out, and given the number of inquiries that have been made by this municipal council. Nevertheless, the work is necessary, was well done. I think the contractor adapted to the conditions that were provided, and albeit that I was concerned with some of the details in the billing, I think they were all permissible within the language of the contract, and so I have no fault in paying this. I do believe that we should go after the architect, whoever did the drawings, and try to recover some of this money, or put him on our list, never work in Paterson or the state of New Jersey ever again, because he really sent us down the wrong path with this and caused us to pay out quite a bit. But I do believe that the work needs to continue and to conclude, and so my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Mims?
So I spoke about this earlier, but I also, last week, I just want to put it on record that I made a recommendation that we get a more timely update of what's happening with the project, if it's going to go over, if it's going to be extended. I think that's something that we should be more abreast of sooner than later. But due to the unanswered questions and information that I requested that I have not received, my vote is no.
Councilman Rivera?
Well, this is the second change order, so that brings up the contract. It has an increase of like 53%. And the detail that's here, again, I didn't have the benefit of the discussion since I wasn't around last week. I just don't like I don't like what I see, and at this time I'll vote no on this.
Councilman Velez?
We bonded money, we don't have the money to cover this project, but if you look at the reds on the change of order, it's one of them, it says $500,000, $532,290.17 for direct cost due to delay. So we paying for delay. That's one, okay?
Councilman, Councilman.
So on. So I just, now, when he came here and say, we just need this because we find out it's too close to this, and that's why it have been delayed because we don't have the money to continue to it. All right, so let's work with the change order to work directly with that. But when we had to pay for the delay that they have because they decide not to talk and when to come here, I have a problem with that. And not only that, when I see in the bill, okay, that we have to pay for their cell phone, for the mileage, the electricity, the water, internet, and all that stuff, that's a waste of money. My vote is no.
Councilman Abdelaziz, we're voting on item number 44. Yes. Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 against. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Item number 45, Madam Clerk,
Yes.
on the non-consent agenda.
Yes, next item is item number 45, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the 12th Avenue Basketball Court refurbishment, bid number 19.33 for the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 19297.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik.
No,
I mean,
Cotton.
I said, moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 45.
Yes, roll call on item number 45 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz,
My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say out there to my constituents, the 12th Avenue Playground has been there for, I'm not even going to say how many years. Oh, hallelujah. And we're finally, thanks to our DPW chair for convincing the DPW department that we're going to go out for bid for resurfacing the basketball courts. But I just also want to let you know, too, that we're working on the playground area, which is behind on Godwin Avenue side, working with, at the time, Steve Howe. So hopefully we're going to get all that together, Mr. Director. But I just want to say that we are going out to bid for 12th Avenue Playground, and that's between Rosa Parks Boulevard and East 16th Street. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Oh,
Councilwoman, is this the park really next to the firehouse where the
Yes.
ambassadors used to be?
Yep. Yes. Yes, it is.
It used to be a
It
firehouse.
used to be a firehouse.
When the ambassadors used to
Right.
be
It's
there.
a church now.
Might be before your time, Councilman McCoy.
It used to be a firehouse.
You're young, man.
Come on, guys, we're on roll call, please.
Not for this.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
I try not to live in the past, but to live in the here and now. Solid Rock Baptist Church, right? Next door. My vote is yes.
Exodus Baptist.
Exodus, that's
Councilman
right.
Mintz.
Reverend Jackson.
Jackson. My
Councilman
vote is
Jackson.
yes.
Councilman Rivera.
Although it's a good cause, a good project, I have to have two questions, and I hope you have the answers now. If not, maybe tomorrow or the day after. One of my question is, where's this funding gonna come from? Is it a bond ordinance that we have?
He said yes.
And the second question is, no, you can't bid without having the money. We need to know what funding we're using. You can't just go to bid. And before we go to bid, I learned from others' mistakes that I've seen in the past, and I mentioned this before about the school district trying to get the board to vote on a contract that was 1.5 million. But then when I asked our person in charge of facilities, what was the estimate that was given by our engineer, he said the project was gonna be approximately $357,000. But they gave us a contract to vote on for 1.5 because it was the lowest bidder, which doesn't make sense. So I need to know what is our estimate. I'm sure the bid is gonna come higher than that, and that's okay. But I need to know what's the estimate. Like, did we do an analysis of how much this will cost?
The estimate is $60,000.
Approximately.
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And do you know what funding source we're looking to use?
Turn the mic.
Yes, sir. Earlier this year, the bond ordinance was amended from last year. The same bond ordinance that had money allocated for Buckley Park had money for parks throughout the city. This is one of those allocations and the money that was left over from that.
Thank you.
That's $60,000. Various parks throughout the city, yeah.
Okay, we're on roll call.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I want to commend the Fourth Ward Councilwoman and DPW to moving forward for this beautiful refurnished park and the basketball court. I know there's one in 218 16th Avenue that it was open space from the county, 218 16th Avenue. Looking forward to see that the same way that 12th Avenue is, and also moving forward because the chief of staff say there's still money out there for the fence of the Roberto Clemente Park. So my vote is totally, as a basketball player that I am, I could, use it. My vote is yes.
Madam President, the vote is
Yes.
9 in favor, none against. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
Last week, you guys asked for the community to be involved, and on Tuesday, myself and Chris are going to be having a meeting in my office. Councilwoman Cotton, you're invited. Whoever wants to come to my office, 800 Broadway, 4 o'clock Tuesday. We're having a meeting about the park on 12th Ave with Chris Muhammad. Yes.
Okay, Director, please don't leave without that copy, please.
I resent it to him. I resent it. Yes.
Do you have your folder with you?
Yes.
I really want a copy. Please have, oh my God, I just went blank. Sabrina, give me a copy, please. Okay, thank you. Good night. All right, let's do item number 41 on the non-consent.
Next item is item number 41. Item number 41, resolution authorizing application for a Preserve New Jersey Historic Preservation Historic Site Management Grant from the New Jersey Historic Trust for construction and planning documents to restore the Ivanhoe Wheelhouse. Economic Development, Resolution 19293.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 41 on the non-consent agenda.
Roll call on item number 41 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Are there any details what the final plan is for the facility?
There's a narrative that goes with the whole project itself, and this is to help implement that through the construction drawings. I'd be happy to furnish with you. Basically, this is for mostly exterior work in terms of stabilizing the walls as well as the roof itself, and also the terrace that's on the right. And for those of you that don't remember, this is the Ivanhoe house that's connected to the old Ivanhoe paper factory. When you go up Spruce Street past Market, it's right on your left.
I'm very familiar with the Ivanhoe house is. I'm asking, what is the plan for its end use? If the city's planning to spend money on it, and then we give it away to someone else to utilize.
No one's looking to give away anything. The idea is that there's a bid that was put out previously, which was put out, and I believe there was one successful, or two successful folks that submitted bids. One has kind of not responded recently. There's another company that was designed to do like a public-private partnership to potentially run a cafe or something along those lines. And my understanding is that based on that bid and that contract, it also includes that entity helping to fix up the interior. The interior still needs a lot of work too. So this is mostly a stabilization grant. Whether or not we go forward with that type of public-private partnership at the site, I'm welcome to.
Why isn't the entity labeled here? Who is the entity?
Well, this is about the exterior stabilization.
No,
This
I
isn't about the
understand what
previous
this is
bid that
about.
happened.
I understand what this is about, but if we're gonna spend money, then to give it to a private entity that's not a Paterson-based entity, who's the entity? That should be disclosed here.
Well,
If we're gonna give it away to an entity, then whatever improvements that need to be done can be done by the entity as well.
I don't have the previous bid that would ultimately identify the entity that would work in partnership with the city. I can get you that information. All I know is that this is a grant that was secured for $173,000 to secure the building in terms of its exterior. And my understanding is that the contract, again, the language of giving away, no one's looking to give away. I think the idea is that it would be a public-private partnership, perhaps a way to pull in revenue to help fix the building up, continue to maintain it in the inside, or come up with alternative programming. It seems like a pretty interesting idea to me.
A public-private partnership that some private entity will be able to benefit, not only for the proximity to the falls, but also being able to have a facility that's being completely outfitted before they even made a commitment.
Except for the interior.
So, Okay, so accept the interior for now, but one of the things that's concerning me is that you're saying you don't know, and then you say, all I know is what we're doing right here.
That was before my time, that's why.
It's a full total picture. We must have a picture of what the project fully entails, who's intended to utilize it. Every penny that we spend should be responsible to the point that it's returning some type of value back to the community. If we're gonna allow someone else to access it, giving someone a 99-year lease, in my opinion, is the same thing as giving it away. So we should know who the entity is, what are the plans, what are the future interests and plans for the facility.
That's right, and until I feel confident that what's done previous to this administration, I'm not moving forward on anything. And so what we're going forward with is a stabilization project, because this building needs major attention in terms of its facade, in terms of its roof, and in terms of the patio area that's on the outside. And I welcome the councilman's ideas about how else you would like to look at it. I mean, you're a local businessman here. Maybe there's an opportunity to think about it in terms of its original scope, or to modify it however best suits the council. I'm just trying to stabilize an asset in the community.
With all due respect, Mr. Powell, it doesn't make any sense for me to render any ideas if they're not going to be considered or taken seriously. My only point of it is we're being asked to spend money on a facility that has no real value, no return on value in terms of what is the return back to the community, or what is the intent to utilize this facility for. If there's tons of buildings down on Spruce and on Governor, all over the city, that we can just spend money to rehabilitate the exteriors of. But if we don't have any intention on what we're doing with it, I think that there probably is some intent, but it's just not being disclosed to the council. It should be included in this. What is the intent? What do we plan? What's the ultimate plan? We should have a plan, an end goal for what we're spending money on. We shouldn't just be throwing money at something and we don't have any objective or any potential return back to the community. Or how does this impact the area?
Well, like I said, it's got structural issues.
I think, but this is just an application to apply for the grant, correct?
No, we have the grant. The grant's, this is to get the constructions drawing done so we can secure the exterior of the site.
Okay.
I think this is to
Then
apply for the grant.
the way the resolution is written as if it's an application for the grant.
Yeah,
For
this-
construction drawings, contracting professional services and related expenses for structural engineering investigation and drafting construction drawings, documents for the rehabilitation of the Ivanhoe Wheelhouse. We basically are applying for $50,000, and then we provide a $16,700. So this is about matching and ultimately, and then by the way, we apply for $50,000. We may not get the full $50,000. We're probably going to get like $30,000, maybe 40. But because of historic preservation, sometimes things are more expensive, et cetera. So we currently have $173,000 that's allocated for this, which is also documented in terms of what the work will be, which is mostly on the exterior because the brick is falling. You have all sorts of mortar issues that are there. The brownstone is crumbling on the bottom, both on the exteriors, on both sides. And again, on the whole little plaza that's out there on the outside where the artists used to hang out and have little coffee breaks, et cetera. And then you have the roof issue. So and again, as where I sit, you have a community asset, which is a significant building in terms of significance, in terms of the district, and we can stabilize it. And I think we should move forward. We already have the money to do it. This is a way to get the construction drawings done. And I think the councilman's point is a good one, which is that when it comes to the full utilization of it, we already have previous approvals. That's before this administration. I'd be happy to dive into it and make sure that it's the most appropriate. And because of your background in particular, if you'd like to weigh in on it, I welcome it.
I just don't see why we're looking to spend money. We have no intent. There's the building right across the street, Dawn Treader.
It's not ours. We don't own it.
It's
Council
still
President?
a building in the facility that could utilize some attention. If we're applying for grant money, we have no vision on what the building is going to be utilized for. Yes.
I think the one thing about the match is that we've also applied for open space funding through their historic preservation component that would be the match here, so it wouldn't even be city money. If we win that grant and we win this one, they would be able to match each other and we would be able to restore this project without any city money being spent. I think the great thing about these type of things is that there are pockets of money available for historic projects that aren't available for other projects. So that's why we're sort of focusing on the potential in the Ivanhoe. I know there was that vision before to have the cafe. It can be revisited, but this type of work needs to be done either way. No matter what the vision is for the inside, there has to be sort of some of the restoration of the outside so we can get to that point. And the great thing is when these type of grants come across our desk that are very historic trust, this in particular through the historic trust that are very historic focused, it gives us that chance to jump at it. A lot of other municipalities don't have historic buildings in the same way that can do it. So just to give a little context to make you feel more comfortable about the money and the project going forward.
It doesn't make me feel comfortable at all, especially when we're taking actions and we don't even know, or we don't want to disclose what the intentions are. There's plenty of things that can be done around this community, but I would like to know, how do we spend, regardless of whatever it is, 50,000, 100,000, a million, 7 million, we're spending money that has no impact on the community. I want to know how a kid on East Main Street, on North 3rd Street, on Temple Street is going to benefit from all this spending. And we have no plan for it. If there's a plan, it should be incorporated in this entire thing.
I think the question here is about historic trust grants.
When we're moving forward on
applications.
projects, regardless of what we're spending on, there should be a final plan on what the actual intent is, so that the council can have an opportunity to buy into what we're spending money on. But if we're gonna just, spend money, there's tons we can ride around the community, pick out different hot spots. The raceway needs to be repaired. There's a lot of things that need to be repaired that's historic, that has value. But we're just gonna spend money on it and not have a plan, not have a vision. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
Are we,
We were in roll call.
Councilman. We're in roll call.
No, actually, wait a
No, we
minute.
were done.
No, we went into a discussion.
No, we're in roll call.
What is roll call? Okay.
We're in roll call.
Okay, come on.
Who's next?
So next person is Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
You say you had $120,000 for this?
But it's 173.
A hundred what?
173. And this is 50,000 grant to get the planning, the drawings for the 173,000 to be spent on the stabilization of the existing Ivanhoe itself, which has the issues that I was explaining earlier in terms of exterior.
My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 41 is hereby adopted.
Madam President?
Wait, 1 minute. That was 41. right?
41? 43?
No.
No. We have the director in front of us, so
Yeah.
I wanna be able.
Matt?
Madam President, may I just remind you of something on the agenda? Item number 11, 12, and 13. At the last workshop, the council decided to remove those.
We
However,
removed
had
those.
No, because we had a public hearing, so I kept them on
Right.
to open and close the public hearing because and you further stated that no action will be taken, but we'll have to do.
Okay, so we have to open and close the public
Right,
hearing on
and
11,
all
12, and 13.
And all three.
Yeah.
Give me one quick second, Director, all right? Just, council members, we're not taking action today on item 11, 12, and 13. We're only opening up since we had advertised it. I know that we were not able to pull it off. So, Madam Clerk, can you have to read it into the record, correct?
Yes, I have to read the
Okay.
title.
Madam Clerk, can I take item number 11? Can we do it all together?
Can all three?
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're gonna take 11, 12, and 13 together, and we're gonna open up the public hearing on 11, 12, and 13.
Okay.
If there's none, we'll close, and then we'll move forward.
Wait.
Next items are item number 11, 12, and 13. Item number 11, read resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 47 Rosa Parks Boulevard, Block 3007, Lot 20, Economic Development, Resolution 19263. Item number 12, number 11 has public hearing required. Number 12, Public hearing is required. Resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 18 Clinton Street, Block 212, Lot 17, Economic Development, Resolution 19264. Item number 13, which will require a public hearing. Resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against 201 Rosa Parks Boulevard, Block 3502, Lot 47, Economic Development, Resolution 19265.
Okay,
May I have a motion and a second?
Can we separate one of them?
no, we're not gonna take an action today,
Oh,
Councilman.
oh.
Remember, we're only, because of the public hearing, it was advertised, we couldn't take it off.
Okay.
Okay, so it's moved by Councilwoman Cotton. Who's gonna second? Second by Councilwoman Mims. The public hearing is now open on item 11, 12, and 13 for first reading. Move to close.
I'm sorry, Madam President, they are resolutions.
The resolution, that's fine.
Yes. It just required public hearing, that was what was given to me, although they are
Okay, so then I
resolutions.
was, all right,
Okay, so, okay,
okay. Wait.
public hearing. 11,
Motion to close the public hearing
See,
for
no one
items
move to close?
11, 12, and 13. Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call to close the public hearing at items 11, 12, and 13.
yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing, items 11, 12, and 13. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid. Councilman McCoy. Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public hearing is hereby closed on items 11, 12, and 13. And just for the record, Council President, item 11, 12, and 13 is taken off. Is there any date set or just to take it off? Just to take them off?
I believe the consent in workshop was that it needed to go back to workshop? Isn't that what was discussed? Finance, actually. It needed to also go to finance. That's what I just said. I'm sorry, committee.
Okay, just for the record, item 11, 12, and 13.
COMIETTE.
One moment, the clerk is speaking.
Item 11, just for the record, item 11 and 12, and 11, 12, and 13 will be placed on the next Finance Committee meeting.
Okay, I thought that's what it was.
11, 12.
Okay. Very well. Director, I believe that was the last item for you, right? All right, thank you.
I needed to
Because he
ask him
wasn't here,
something.
and
No,
there was
we're not,
some-
no,
there was
not right now.
discussing finance.
Not right
It
now.
was done.
No,
Not on
I-
any item,
Council-
not
Council
right now.
President,
No, Councilwoman,
No,
please.
because
Council President.
I
Just
need to talk
one
about what
moment.
Jackson talked
Everybody
about.
can speak to me at the same time. Councilman Rivera?
No.
So
They gotta be on
you
record.
stated that we're removing those
11, 12,
resolutions
13.
because they have to go to finance?
There were
No.
various concerns. Councilwoman Mims had concerns. Councilman McCoy had concerns. Councilman Jackson had concerns.
Got it.
Councilwoman
Got it.
Cotton had concerns. So it was pulled off, and it was also requested that not only does it go through economic development, it should also be discussed in finance. And it had not been discussed in finance. Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, item number 7 for first reading. I don't know, I have some concerns with item number 7.
What is 7?
Councilman Rivera?
I have a few questions. How much money, Marge, I don't know if you know off the top of your head, but how much money we have left from this authorization, this $35 million authorization?
I'm not exactly sure, but I think we've completed most of Phase 2 on this.
So the reason I ask is because this ordinance right here gives the flexibility to the mayor to use some of the funding for the same purpose, which is repaving roads. But the initial plan was to pave specific roads, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and also, I just want to make sure, I represent the whole city. I want to make sure that we give him the flexibility, and I'm not saying that for whatever reason, he's not gonna take into account, certain wards, but I just wanna make sure that we have a say in where this funding gets reappropriated, because that's what we're doing here.
Okay. Councilman,
Sure.
if I may, in the second page, section 2, please read that paragraph. 8th Avenue is on there.
Madam President, may I read the item into the agenda and have a motion if we're gonna discuss it?
All right, for the
Is that-
discussion, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
may we do that
Okay,
first? Yes.
please, read into the record.
Yes, Madam President.
Item number 7
Next
for
item.
first reading.
Yes, next item is item number 7 for first
Mm-hmm.
reading. No public hearing is required. Bond ordinance amending and supplementing bond ordinance number 14-042, which provides for the resurfacing and various roads throughout the city and related improvements in and by the city of Paterson, the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, on September 16, 2014, as previously amended and supplemented to amend the description therein, finance. May I have a motion?
Moved by Councilman Kalik, second by, we're gonna have a discussion. Second by
I'll second it.
Councilman Kalik, Councilman Rivera,
Rivera.
discussion?
Yeah, the next question I have is, I inquire about 8th Avenue because whoever has driven through there, I'm sure Councilwoman Mims drive through there, and it's crazy, right? It's holes everywhere. And I was told previously by the administration that this road was gonna be paved with state aid, right? State aid funds. But now we're doing an amendment to the previous authorization of the $35 million. The $35 million we previously approved, right? Was it 36? 36.
Section 2.
Now we including in this resolution is amending to use some of these funds that we did not appropriate initially for 8th Avenue because we were gonna use state aid money for 8th Avenue. So my question is, whatever happened with the state aid money that we got for 8th Avenue?
Council President?
Go.
Okay, specifically, anything that's amended into this, and I believe this ordinance been supplemented before with the DOT grants. And so whenever there's an amendment or a supplement to the original ordinance, if there were some additions to the roads, that would be reflected in section 2, correct? So you have 8th Avenue disclosed in here specifically as one of the streets between Madison Avenue and Route 20 that were eligible for these funds to be used.
Correct, but what I'm saying is a simple question, right? We were told at the beginning that 8th Avenue was not included in the original repavement plan that we adopted.
What part of 8th Avenue?
The same part that is here, from Madison to Route 20.
But it's in the ordinance.
Okay.
It's now in the ordinance. I
Okay.
don't know.
Council
Okay.
President?
I don't think you understand my question. Yes, it is now, and I'm happy that it's there in this ordinance. What I'm saying is, I was told that we were not gonna use this funding that we authorized previously for 8th Avenue because we had money provided by the state, through state aid. So I'm wondering whatever happened with that funding from the state that we were supposed to get for 8th Avenue, is my question.
If it's represented in this ordinance, all I can say to you is that if a grant was received after this original ordinance was adopted some 4 or 5 years ago, and then there was a supplement to allow for that particular grant to cover 8th Avenue's repairs, then it's wrapped into the total amount here.
Council President?
This here, the sum to date is $38,628,000. There's no new grants. There's no change here in the components. For this particular supplement, it's just adding language in.
Okay.
So whatever happened with 8th Avenue, that was amended into this ordinance at another time.
Ca- Council President, and I think I just want to understand this ordinance a little better, Marge, and maybe I understand what my council colleague is saying. So these roads that are listed on this bond ordinance that you have here, those were originally on before? Or is that the
Well,
amended language?
I can't specify which of these roads were original. The original ordinance, if you look at section 1, the last sentence, it talks about when it was originally approved
Yeah,
on January 24th, 2017, and then on March 27, 2018, it was supplemented. So that could be the time when this grant that Councilman Rivera is referring to was written into this ordinance.
so I thought this ordinance and some of my council colleagues, so for instance, if 8th Ave is getting state, or we're using 8th, I'm gonna use 8th Ave, but I'll use other roads that I'm gonna bring up right now. So for instance, 8th Ave is receiving state aid, this ordinance will allow us to, the mayor, to amend it and take 8th Ave off and do another road.
Nope,
No.
Nope.
This ordinance does not do that.
So on page 3, it says the mayor is hereby authorized and directed to modify and amend from time to time the list of roadways set forth here above and on file in the office of the clerk upon the written recommendation of the director of Department of Public Works. So I'm taking this as, I thought this bond ordinance was allowing us to amend some of the lists to go back to PSC&G, right? Throughout the entire city, PSC&G is doing a big gas project where they're milling and paving half of the roads.
Right.
And I thought this extra money was gonna allow us to amend the list and go to the roads that they're doing halfway.
That's correct.
And then we're able to get 2 roads for the price of 1. I thought this is what this ordinance does. So
That's
for
correct.
instance, if 8th Ave is there, perfect example, Trenton Avenue was on the original list. Trenton Avenue was on the original list that the city was said they're gonna resurface through this bond ordinance. PSC&G is repaving 90% of Trenton Ave now. Now, that road should be taken off the list and we should be doing another road. So does this give the flexibility to do that?
The only flexibility is in some of the unused and unspent monies that are remaining in the bond portion. The grant portion is very specific, and this ordinance is not amending that purpose. It's simply giving the administration the ability to utilize those extra monies that weren't spent, and they're not more than $500,000 or $600,000 to be used for these other purposes, to pave portions of the street partially paved by PSE&G.
Okay. So how much do we have left, you said?
Is somewhere not more than $600,000.
$600,000, so that will allow us to do some of the roads that PSC&G did halfway, correct?
I don't know if it's retroactive or it's, I
Council
think this
President?
is perspective. I don't think this is going to cover roads if, maybe for prospective projects.
Look.
This is something with engineering and DPW.
Honestly, wait, 1 second, please. Council members, there is too much confusion going on here.
I understand.
There's been information that has been given to us prior to, I remember there was, some monies coming from DOT specifically for 8th Avenue. I don't see a list. I mean, this is just a plain bond ordinance without any of the information. Look at all the questions. We should know where we are right now. We should know
The
from the
different-
beginning
That's
list.
a totally different purpose, and I appreciate your concerns and confusion about what is not represented here. The purpose of this ordinance is simply to supplement it for a purpose of use of funds, and that's specified in the third whereas.
Council President.
All right, so.
Okay, the status of the ordinance and all the roadways that have been thus far repaired or paved, et cetera, and what hasn't been utilized yet is a different purpose than this ordinance. I think we can get that for you from DPW/engineering, and there's no reason why we shouldn't have that. But that's not what this is about.
Okay,
Council
Wait,
President.
wait. Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Rivera, Councilman Velez.
I just want to make sure, regardless of what our decision, whether we're going to remove whatever you're going to do, we have 8th Ave from Madison to Route 20. It should be from East 18th Street to Route 20. The potholes are for, and that was the original request, the potholes are from East 18th Street all the way down to Route 20. And I mean, I would just challenge any of you to take a ride any day you want. It's like the Dukes of Hazzard. So I just want to make sure, can we just check and verify that when it comes to 8th Ave, that the language doesn't say Madison to Route 20, but it says East 18 to Route 20?
This is what was written in here, but if you look at the sentence before, on section 2, it talks about the improvement hereby authorized and the purpose for the financing of which the bonds are to be issued is the resurfacing of various roads and other related improvements, including ADA ramps, the reconstruction of catch basins, milling, and resurfacing of various roads throughout the city, including but not limited to, and then it goes on to describe each road.
I get it, but I want to make sure, because when language is written, sometimes whoever's going to do the work may abide by what's written. So the language needs to be amended at some point, because I don't want them to do work on 8th Ave from Madison to Route 20, and then from East 18 to Madison, there are many potholes that are there. So I don't want them to say, we're going to start this work across, and then going backward, we have, so I just want to make sure.
So Councilwoman, just so you know, and in my recollection, from a few years ago, I recall it being from Madison to 20. That I can tell you. It was not from East 18th, it was from Madison to 20. But look, we understand it, that you want that, not that you want it, that
It's needed.
okay, it's a need. But we're not here right now. I'm I feel that we should pull this. That's just my own, opinion.
No, let me just,
Councilwoman Cotton.
you know, it's just a matter of fact that I called the engineer today, for my council members. Now, I was waiting for a list. The 1.3 million that the city got for bond, resurfacing, why is it being added to the bond? No, but then that meant 8th Avenue shouldn't even be in here at all, because it was on the list from the 1.2 million that the state gave us for resurfacing roads. I don't understand, and I haven't seen that list yet, and I'm waiting to get that list from the engineering department. The list that the state gave us, the 1 point whatever million to get road service, resurfaced. Why is 8th Avenue in this bond ordinance? I don't understand.
I don't either.
Council President.
Wait. It was Councilman Rivera. It was
No, but I'm
after
just saying.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah,
It was
but
supposed to be Rivera, Velez, Kalik.
I don't understand why it's 8th Avenue.
Listen, you're making your point, and you're right. You're asking the right question. This is why we're gonna
Council-
continue to ask it. They don't have the answers for us.
Council-
No, I do have one answer for that, Council President, I'm sorry. Section 2. I think what happened here in this writing of this ordinance, what's amended or what's added into this section 2, which describes the roads that are being improved, is the last sentence. The mayor is hereby authorized and directed to modify and amend from time to time the list roadways set forth here and above and on file in the office of the clerk. So to include, you know, it may be a poorly written ordinance, and it's not clear about what it's being amended for, because there's no value in this that's being added or changed.
Council President.
It's simply words that are being inserted.
So,
Right, Councilman Rivera.
I'm gonna recommend, and I'll tell you my reasons why. This initial ordinance was in 2014, right? It accompanied, yes, 2014. It was accompanied by a list of roads, right?
And by phases.
It was a repavement plan that we had, right? We need to have a discussion in finance. We need to know which of those already have been done. This resolution, the way it reads right now, hear me out. The way this resolution reads right now, it gives the flexibility for the mayor to use whatever funds are left to reappropriate strategically. I'm not saying he would, you know, but strategically reappropriate any of the funding for other areas, which might not be a bad idea given that PSC&G is doing a lot of, repaving and doing half of the roads. But we need to have this discussion in finance because, just like Councilwoman Cotton said, I've been asking about 8th Avenue for over 10 years. Over 10 years because of the condition. And I was told by the now mayor, when I first took office, that road, I was upset that it wasn't in the initial $36 million that we borrowed, given the condition that road is in. And he told me that we were gonna use state aid. That's what Councilwoman is asking. I think we should pull this because we're gonna be here all night talking about this. Let's pull it, let's have a discussion, and maybe the mayor should come over with a plan of which roads he wants to reappropriate. Right now, it's like writing a blank check. There's no money involved, you said it. But it's like writing a blank check for him to use the funding that's available from this ordinance to do whatever he wants. Whatever's left from the adjustments that are made here for 8th Avenue and everything, he could use for whatever he wants pertaining to repaving of roads. So my recommendation is that we table this, have a lengthy discussion in finance.
No, tell you, we're gonna pull it and take it back to finance.
Correct. So we pull it, take it back to finance, provide us with a list, the initial list, and any amendments after that.
I just want to point out one thing.
Councilman,
Okay.
would it also go back to DPW? I mean, it really is something that comes from DPW and engineering.
So let us start at DPW, come back to finance. Because
This
we
doesn't have to go before the local finance board, so it's not an issue of when it gets put on for, first reading
Okay.
and second reading, so.
Okay.
So let
Madam
it go
Clerk?
back to
If it has
DPW,
to
then to
happen in
finance.
June, it happens in June,
Okay,
so.
Madam Clerk.
So this item will be taken off and it's
Taken off.
back to finance? Okay,
And right now,
Just
we're
for
not
the
giving it a
record.
date. Right now, no date.
right, that's back to finance. Okay,
It'll go
that's
to,
just for the record.
it'll go to DPW and finance. I'm sorry, Councilman Khalid, I'm sorry.
I just want to point out one thing. On the list of the roads on section 2, I see Danforth there. It was done last year. Why is it still on the list? It was completed from McBride to Ramsey last year. That's one thing. Another thing, more than once, I think, Margie, we discussed it in the finance about underusing the $38 million bond that during past prior administration that council passed to resurface the road. We are underusing it. $5 million, I think, under. We were gonna use that money to pave the portion of the street they are partially paid by PCNG, correct? So we could have a one for two deal. But now you're saying that we have about 600,000.
Okay,
I thought you was close to 5 million. Okay. But,
Okay.
The email that I received from the engineer
Okay,
as to the amount.
thank you.
okay, very well.
Council President.
Okay, very good. So, council members, we have two items. Item number 42, we can take, this is quick, petty cash.
Yeah, but I was first before Khalid,
I'm
but,
sorry, you
yes.
know what, you're right, Councilman?
Yeah, but I know that Councilman sent this back to committee or DPW, but I just want to refresh everybody's mind that the mayor stated that he added into this ordinance 8th Avenue. That's why you saw a lot of streets already paved, because to be able to move forward 8th Avenue, he had to add it at this resolution to it, that's
But we
why.
were told that it was through DOT. So, anyway,
Yeah,
understood. All right, so council members, we have two items left. 42 should be quick. We discussed this in workshop, and I believe, just pull it real quick. Madam Clerk, can you please read item number 42?
Yes, ma'am. Next
into the
item is,
record?
item number 42, resolution supplementing resolution number 19218 to authorize the establishment of a petty cash account for the fire department, finance resolution 19294. Motion?
Can I have a motion? Moved by
42.
Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call I'm sorry, Councilman Rivera. Who moved it?
I moved.
I'm sorry. It was moved by Councilwoman Mims and it was seconded by Councilman
Okay. I apologize.
Jackson.
I apologize.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 42.
Roll call on item number 42 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Khan.
This resolution is for petty
Petty
cash.
cash.
It's right in the fourth whereas, all of, okay.
Okay, Councilman Cotton said yes. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy.
Yes.
Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Okay, very well. Council members, this is our last item, item number 43.
Move to adjourn.
Next item is item number 43, resolution authorizing additional appropriation for professional services contract with Donahue, Giordano, Doria, Tompkins, LLC for audit and financial review services for the fiscal year 2016, RFP number 2016-22, Finance Resolution 19295. Is there a motion? Number 43.
That's an old bill.
So this item is for professional services, and it's for the additional audit of city's payroll overtime system?
That's since 2016.
But that was done a couple of years ago.
So moved.
Transmitted by the former administrator to the mayor and council about a year, 15 months ago, with the
So moved.
issues.
Moved by Councilman Rivera,
Dis-
second by
discussion.
Councilwoman Mims. Discussion?
Yeah, just a quick question on this. So this is the audit about the overtime and that happened way back? Okay, what was the result of individual paying back the money, and this is up to date? Did they pay the money or whatever?
This was not about that.
And what was it?
That was a long time ago, and that wasn't an audit. This was about a payroll audit of authorizations and occurrences within certain departments. And then-
There was, in that audit, there was wrongdoing, fine wrongdoing on it?
Just
or-
authorizations that weren't properly handled, submitted to payroll, excess overtime. It was all in the report, and the findings were discussed.
All right. So we owe him from 2016.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Roll call on item number 43 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Khan. 43. Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman McCoy. Yes. Councilman Mims. No. Councilman Rivera.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
No.
Councilwoman Khan. Madam President.
Can I?
What? What are the votes right now?
Tied vote. Failed. If one more vote,
No, Madam Clerk, I
have to
know.
really, it's tied. 4-4.
It's 4-4. Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 against. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Second. Second.
Please sit down. Move to close. Oh.
Council President, you need a motion to close?
I'm sorry. So, Madam Clerk, we're done with the agenda?
Yes, we completed everything.
Move to close?
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, very good. Can I have a motion to close the regular meeting?
Move
Seconded by him,
Move to
Moved by
close.
Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilman Jackson and Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the regular meeting.
Roll call to close the regular meeting of May 14, 2019. Councilman Abdelaziz.
I want to thank my council colleagues for supporting an initiative that's going to help out the 6th Ward. I also look forward to sitting down with the residents on 20th Ave and all the residents in 6th Ward to work on my council colleagues in the upcoming couple days and weeks to hash out any details that needs to be disseminated to the residents. So my vote is yes. Everyone have a good night.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just have two announcements that I need to make. We're having the Clean Communities on May 18th, Saturday at Barber Park. We start at 8:30. We go from 8:30 to 2 p.m. This is the second time, maybe the third time, that Clean Community, which gets a state grant from New Jersey to help clean areas, and we do it 4 times a year. The city of Paterson is listed as #1 throughout the state. So we finally were able, along with Deputy Director Steve Howell, to be able to start coming into the 4th Ward. And we'll be this Saturday, May 18th, at Barber Park on Fair Street with our Clean Community. So please, if you can come out, please do come out and volunteer. We also will be providing lunch. Also tomorrow night at 25 Rosa Parks Boulevard, I'm having a community meeting. And the meeting for Rosa Parks Boulevard is regarding to changing Rosa Parks Boulevard to a one-way from Lion Street to Keene Street. So if you can come out, please come out, voice your concern. I'm going to have our Chief of Police there. I'm also going to have Jamie Bland there from the Community Health Center to talk about some of the services that we have there. Also, I'm going to have also with me application. I have a company called Rebuilt North Jersey that's going to put in solar lights, smoke detectors, reflector house numbers. If you ever roll through the city at night and try to find a house number, I just feel so bad for our EMTs and our police department and fire department to ride through this city and you can't figure out what numbers on people's houses. So we're getting free reflector house numbers. Please come out, fill out an application, and it's all free. Also, I want to say to our councilwoman from the 35th Legislative District, congratulations. She was considered healthcare heroes. She was one of the heroes.
Assemblywoman.
Oh, I said councilwoman?
Councilwoman.
I'm sorry. Our Assemblywoman from the 35th District, Savannah Sumter. She was one of the finalists for the Healthcare Heroes in New Jersey Biz. And our Assemblywoman is with the Hackensack UMC Mountainside Hospital. So let's all give her a shout out for making, and our Assemblywoman does health. She advocates for health, healthy babies, healthy moms, healthy everyone in our community. So let's all give her a shout out. So please, tomorrow night at 25 Rosa Parks Boulevard at the Church of Paterson Church of God Prophecy with Bishop Denzel Lee, please come out. We got our Chief of Police, we got Jamie Bland from the Health Center. Come out and voice some of your concerns considering making that a one-way street. So we need to hear from you. Also signing up for the house reflected numbers, the smoke detectors, the solar lights for your houses. Everything is free. Madam Clerk, everyone have a good night. And I hope that everyone had a really, really good Mother's Day on Sunday. I was able to visit some family members in South Carolina, which I was happy, but I want to say good night to all and have a blessed evening. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I gotta start writing a list. Anyway, I think we're making some progress. I'd like to see that the council is able to come together in solidarity on certain issues, especially when it comes to the road resurfacing. Temple Street has been half paved for the past 7 years, we can go down and name, everyone can name dozens of streets, but I'm just hoping that not only one side of the community, Councilman, is a beneficiary of some of these things. We just got also approved for $1.4 million that came from the state, correct? For the road resurfacing. So, but anyway, it's an example of how there needs to be more planning in place. And the only way this planning is going to take place is if the council holds the administration accountable. And back to reiterate a point that Councilwoman Mims and I shared earlier, if it's not here in writing, we have absolutely no footing to stand on in the future. And we must make sure that every penny that we're spending, there's a plan for it. We talk about fighting off deficits and tax increases that every member of the community is getting ready to experience. Every penny, we must be more responsible. We have to budget and be responsible and hold to it, including when we're writing for grants and things of that nature, because although the grant doesn't come directly out of the taxpayer's pocket, the benefit of it should have some residual return. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. And once again, another good night. So, Madam Clerk, it's a pleasure as usual. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Councilman McCoy?
Good night. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mims?
First, let me give congratulations to Talina Queen for being voted as the winner of the Todd H. Bull Award for Outstanding Achievement for the Little Free Libraries. Also, a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers who I was not able to greet across our city. I also want to thank this council for unanimously voting on tonight, sponsoring a proclamation to name the month of June Education Appreciation Month. When putting forth this proclamation, one of the things that I wanted to be clear, that it wasn't just for teacher appreciation, but that it was for the efforts of our administrators, cafeteria monitors, coaches, crossing guards, guidance counselors, instructional aides, nurses, secretaries, security guards, and many others. In addition to that, in the month of June, that date will be forthcoming. I want to thank our mayor for allowing us to have, for the first time in history, a flag-raising ceremony for education. That date will be announced, and it will also be disseminated to the city and to this entire council body. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you, Paterson. Good night.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, before I vote yes, I just want to say that normally I don't go out of my city to campaign out there for any candidate out of my city, but I just want to send a congratulations to the new mayor of West New York, Mayor-elect Gabe Rodriguez, for defeating Freddy Roque, and it's a nice, beautiful winning. So the important thing on this is that it makes history again. Individuals wins election by BBM, right? In this case, the BBM was up, but when the result of the machine came in, winner Gabe Rodriguez. That's a nice, beautiful thing. So congratulations to Mr. Rodriguez. I will know him. And to the Passaic winner, congratulations. Also, just moving forward, that we have a beautiful city and we have to move forward. So today is a beautiful day. Today is Wednesday, and my vote is yes.
Madam President?
I was going to vote, but I have to say something.
Yes.
Vote by mails are votes, and they're legitimate votes.
That's right.
Okay? But I want to congratulate Mayor-elect Rodriguez on a wonderful win in West New York. I also want to commend Team Passaic, 1234.
That's right.
I know family and friends were out there supporting, and that says a lot about working as a team. And to all the other towns that had elections, congratulations to you again. Council members, please be aware, and you most likely will be getting an email soon on behalf of the administration, Mr. BA, in terms of closures, filming, Councilman Jackson, I want you to know that the First Ward gets affected the most in a positive way. But parking is going to be an issue. The municipal parking is not going to be able to be used next week on Tuesday. And I believe if we're having the hearings as well, so please be aware about the hearings. So the parking authority has, and they're going to have security as well for everyone to park right behind Chase. So I'm just giving you a heads up right now, but you'll definitely get the follow-up email to that as well. Madam Clerk, thank you so much to everyone. Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Regular meeting of May 14, 2019 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone.